afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, and welcome to the first meeting of this new Rules and Bylaws Committee. It's great to see you all around the table here. It's great to see all of you who are here to watch this meeting and as guests. I'm Jim Roosevelt, and I serve as co-chair of this committee alongside my very good friend and colleague, Mignon Moore. Before we begin, please me in recite allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Jim. First, I'd like to welcome all the new members around the table. Oops, sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome all the new members around the table. We have a expanded committee, a very good committee, so I'd like to welcome them to their first Rules and Bylaws Committee meeting. The next item on the agenda is to call the roll. Because this meeting is being live streamed, please be sure to use your microphone and state your name before speaking for listening remotely and for our court reporter. We're glad to have Helen McFadden, our parliamentarian, and she will begin the roll.
Thank you, Chair. Cristobal Alex. Mr. Allen? Okay.
There he is.
Okay. Ms. Andrews?
Present.
Mr. Applebaum?
Present.
Ms. Blanco?
Presente.
Ms. Brazil?
Here.
Ms. Brown?
Present.
Mr. Buckley?
Here.
Ms. Cardona? We'll get that straight then. If she's given her proxy to Ms. Blanco, it's not been recorded yet. Okay? Mr. Carnahan?
Here.
Ms. Conrad?
Here.
Ms. Daughtry?
Here.
Mr. Pranaz?
Present.
Ms. Davis?
Here.
Ms. Davis, I'm sorry.
I'm here.
Mr. Devermont?
Here.
Ms. Dingle has given her proxy to Ms. Moore. Ms. Dowdell?
Present.
Ms. Dugarala?
Present.
Mr. Eldridge?
Here.
Ms. Fowler? Here. Ms. Free?
Present.
Mr. Goodman?
Here.
Ms. Hernandez?
Here.
Mr. Hicks has given his proxy to Ms. Conrad. Mr. Wynn?
Here.
Ms. Kmark has given her proxy to Mr. Roosevelt. Mr. Knapp?
Here.
Mr. Kerrigan?
Here.
Ms. Klebe?
Here.
Mr. Leone?
Here.
Ms. Lewis?
Here.
Ms. Lopez-Franson? Mr. McDonald?
Here.
Ms. Monroe-Moreno?
Here.
Mr. Munez?
Here.
Mr. Murad?
Here.
Mr. Ray?
Here.
Mr. Setzler?
Here.
Mr. Shea?
Here.
Ms. Spain?
Here.
Mr. Spate?
Here.
Ms. Swecker? Here. Mr. Thompson has given his proxy to Mr. Way. Mr. Triber?
Here.
Mr. Unamuto? Here. Ms. Verrett? Ms. Verrett? Okay, we'll get that straight. Mr. Washington? Here. And Mr. Wheaton?
Mrs. President.
I'm sorry, thank you. Ms. Wheaton? You certainly have a quorum, which is 20, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have a quorum per our charter and bylaws. A quorum is 40% or 20 members present or by proxy. Before we begin, I want to introduce, he's already putting his head down, I want to introduce the new director of the Office of Secretary of Party Affairs, Sham Rahman. Sham comes to us by way of the Democratic Party of Virginia, and we are so grateful to have him here. Sham is being baptized by fire, and he is loving each and every one of you. So, Sham, would you like to say a few words?
Good evening, and thank you, co-chairs. My name is Sham Rahman, and I honestly can't begin to tell you what an honor it is to be able to sit at this table. I feel like I've watched all of your meetings over the last decade, as my previous boss, Susan Swecker, has been a member here for a while. But mostly our team in the Office of the Secretary and Party Affairs is really excited to work with and support you all as you work through the important business of this party, and we get through we're going to start with one meeting, and then we're going to get through the next 3 years and get through this cycle together. But back to you, Co-Chairwoman.
Thank you. Jim?
Thank you, and welcome, Sham. Just want to say that as an experienced state party executive director, you've worked a lot with party affairs on things like delegate selection plans and so on. People can look at your bio, but you bring us a lot of great experience, and we're looking forward to, well, you are hitting the ground running already, whether you want to or not. So welcome. Thank you to all of the staff in the Office of the Secretary and Party Affairs for all their work for this committee and this entire week. Welcome to everyone who's on this committee, but especially to our new members. Some of you are faces that we've gotten to know well. Some of you are new. Thank you for stepping up to serve. As you will hear from experienced members, and as you already realize, this takes a lot of time and effort. And it's worth doing because it's at the heart of this party functioning. Well, functioning is the word. Together we're responsible for shaping not just how today's DNC is governed, but how we build a stronger, more inclusive, and more effective party for the future. We will meet frequently over the next 2 years as we work through the rules for the 2028 presidential nominating process and approving state delegate selection plans. So please take some time this week to get to know each other, as well as getting to know the DNC staff who will be supporting this committee. In addition to Sham, at the table with us is DNC General Counsel Andy Levine, as well as the first DNC Party Affairs Director and current advisor to the Office of the Secretary and Party Affairs, Rick Boylan. And around the room we have Deputy Director of Party Affairs, Aaron Buchela, Deputy Director of Membership Engagement, Brittany Korth, Party Affairs Operations Manager, Elizabeth Yeager, and the one responsible for all of the logistics around every one of our meetings this week and in the future, Events Director Emma Bowler. They are all wonderful and will be integral to ensuring we are able to complete the work of this committee in a timely and thorough fashion. Mignon?
Thank you, Jim. So before we begin, we wanted to give you an idea of the business we will be addressing over the next 12 months. Jim and I plan to appoint a small, informal working group to take a look at the charter and bylaws and to draft any recommendations for consideration and discussion by this committee. If you're interested in being a part of that small, informal group, please let Jim or Sham or myself know. Don't everybody jump at once because we know how excited you are about coming to another meeting, but it's a very important informal working group. We will meet in September to discuss and adopt a resolution formalizing a process for states to submit applications to move in the early window in 2028. We will also begin the 2028 call to the convention, the delegate selection rules, and the regulations of the Rules and Bylaws Committee. So this year and the end of this year will be very important to this committee, so we welcome everyone's advice and participation.
And I would just point out that the process of applying to be in the early window is one we adopted several cycles ago, and state parties have the opportunity to make the case why they should be in the first group of states to hold primaries. Our main focus for today is to review the proposed amendments to the DNC charter and bylaws. We've received 9 proposed amendments, 8 from Chair Martin as part of his reforms package, and 1 from Vice Chair for Civic Engagement and Voter Participation, Raina Walters-Morgan. Before opening the floor to discussion, I'd like to welcome Chair Martin and invite him to say a few words to the committee.
Well, thank you, Jim, and co-chairs, members. Good afternoon, Democrats, and hello to the Rules and Bylaws Committee. I want to extend my deep, deep appreciation to both co-chair Jim Roosevelt and co-chair Mignon Moore. As I said yesterday, I was very nervous and anxious when one of the first calls I made after being elected chair was to both of them to ask them to return in service to this committee. I knew that they had given so much over the time that they've chaired this committee. And I want you to think about some of the things they led us through. COVID, Unity Reform Commission, massive reforms, of course, in changing candidates, and of course, the rules around our party process going into 2024 and setting that calendar. Among many other challenges and conversations we've had over the years, the reasons I've asked both Jim and Mignon to return is because of the way they lead this committee, making sure that everyone has a chance to be heard, and to make sure that we work through these challenging conversations in a serious way, but in a way that unifies our party and makes sure that our party comes out stronger despite this. It's no stretch to say the last year was an unprecedented set of circumstances for the Democratic Party. It was challenging, but both Jim and Mignon showed up and provided that steady leadership we needed. I'm here today not only as the chair of the Democratic Party, but as somebody who sat on this committee for the last 8 years. I appreciate and understand how much effort this takes, the time commitment, the process, the attention to detail and thoughtfulness of everybody here, the respect the members of this committee have for each other, and the amazing dedication you have to our party and to our country. Now, what I love about this committee is how we can debate the fine points of procedure, and even my friend David McDonald over there, even the Oxford comma, as well as the really big issues about our calendar and convention call. And we do it together. And on the calendar, let me say, we're starting that process today. Let me say this for everybody to hear. The presidential calendar process starts today. We will be holding a series of meetings this year. We're planning for meetings throughout the fall and winter and through the spring to make sure that we have a rigorous, effective, fair calendar and process. We need this process to give us the strongest possible candidate, a candidate that's battle-tested to win and ready to lead America forward. Look, the dividends of your work show up long after meetings adjourn. The outcomes of this room steer our party for years and even decades. That's why we're focused on reforms, necessary and smart reforms, reforms to steer our party and make us stronger and more transparent, reforms to help us build trust with the people both in our party and not. We are democratizing the DNC, affirming its commitment to principles of integrity and moving our party forward, united. We don't have to agree on everything, as I've said. But as I always say, let's not confuse unanimity with unity. Our party is strongest when we understand and respect each member's story. And while our principles and values are the same, we don't have to be. It's one of the most beautiful things about the Democratic Party. And this committee is where this sometimes messy business of democracy actually leads us to unity. Today is an opportunity for us to hear from each other, to listen to each other, and to get to what needs to be done as we head into the next several election years. For the new members, this is an opportunity to learn from those who have served and continue to serve on this committee. There is a wealth of knowledge in this room. Existing members, this is an opportunity to welcome the new voices on our committee. I trust and know you will impart your knowledge, offer a guiding hand, and also learn from those who are joining us. The work you do isn't easy, it's the work of democracy. And democracy is never easy. Democracy is worthwhile, but never easy. To quote President Kennedy, we choose to do these things not because they are easy, but because they are hard, because they are worth doing and worth doing right. We are embarking on a new future in this Democratic Party, and to do that, we need each of your help. We are committing to our principles of integrity, transparency, fairness, and trust. And as our Democratic Party's charter puts it best, a party which asks for the people's trust must prove that it trusts the people. Let me repeat that, because when I first read that, it re-instilled my resolve to bring these reforms forward, not to shirk away from tough conversations. A party which asks for the people's trust must prove that it trusts the people. All of you in this room are helping us build trust in the Democratic Party, inside these walls and outside the room, all across Minnesota, all across this country. I want to thank you again for the spirit that you will engage in these conversations, and I appreciate the opportunity to be with all of you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mignon?
Thank you, Jim. We will start with Amendment Group 1, which contains an amendment to both the Charter and Bylaws to exclude the President of the Association of State Democratic Committees from counting towards the gender balance of the DNC officers. This amendment is sponsored by Chairman Martin and ASDC President Jane Glibb. I would like to ask for a motion to recommend language in the amendment group, in the Amendment Group 1 for adoption, which will allow us to begin discussion. Is there a motion to recommend adoption of Amendment Group 1 in order to begin discussion?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Second. Amendment Group 1 has been properly offered and second. Before moving to debate, would the sponsors of this particular amendment like to be recognized for 1 minute for remarks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. This amendment is a reflection that the ASDC president is elected by a separate body. As a result of that election, what we never want to do is be in a position where we're constraining that body in the event of a vacancy to one particular gender. For example, if Jane Glibb, something happened to Jane and she was either removed or incapacitated from her job or a vacancy occurred, based on our existing charter, we don't want that to happen, but based on our existing charter, the ASDC would have to elect a woman as their president. Now, I want you to know that the DNC chair is excluded from gender balance requirements for this exact reason, which is if the DNC chair were incapacitated or there was a vacancy, the DNC should not be constrained in any manner on which gender they choose for their next chairman or chairwoman. And this same principle should apply to the ASDC. So, members, I would urge the adoption of this amendment. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the floor is open for debate. Please turn your name tints vertically in order to be recognized. Staff, please track the members who wish to be recognized. Mr. McDonald?
Thank you, Mignon. David McDonald, Washington State. I support this amendment. I'm going to vote for it. I would just ask that in connection with the quadrennial review of the charter and bylaws that you've mentioned, that we see if we can get an answer to a couple questions. The first one of which is there a better way we can handle equal division in connection with our officer pools? Because although I think this is the correct amendment, we have ended up with a situation where we're either 6-3 or 5-3, whatever it is, we're not inside our principles, and we just need a way to deal with it. And second, I think as a result of history, we have this quirk that one section of the charter says we need to elect 5 vice chairs, and as Ken noted, we've only elected 4 at this point because we made a change to make sure we always had the input from ASDC, so we created a vice chairpersonship for ASDC, but did not elect a 5th chair or change the charter to say we're only electing 4. I'm not advocating a solution, just flagging it, and as I said, I'm happy to support the amendment. So.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Your recommendations have been recognized. Is there someone else with this? Ms. Davis?
Thank you. Just a clarification. Obviously, this change would impact if there's a vacancy, but my understanding, and I just want to make sure it's correct, is that this change would also impact the next time we elect officers. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, Mr. Chairman.
That's my understanding as well.
Thank you.
Is there any more discussion? See no more tents up. Hearing no further discussion, we will move to a vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. Jim? Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Next, we have Amendment Group 2, which contains an amendment to both the Charter and the bylaws to add 22 additional at-large members to the Democratic National Committee. Each of the AAPI, Black, Disability, Hispanic, LGBTQ, and Native American caucuses, as well as the Youth Council, would nominate 2 gender-balanced candidates through a process to be promulgated by the chair of the National Committee. I would ask for a motion to recommend the language in Amendment Group 2 for adoption.
So moved.
Which will allow us to begin discussion. Is there a motion to for the language in Amendment Group 2?
So moved.
Second.
This has been moved and seconded. It's been properly offered. Before moving to debate, would the sponsor of this amendment like to be recognized for 1 minute of remarks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Chair and members. This is at the core of my reforms, one of the most important reforms that we're bringing forward. As this body knows, as our larger body knows, this is the first time in DNC history that a chair is giving up power to actually make sure that our caucuses and councils directly elect members to these august committees. It is important for me to make sure as we democratize this party that we bring new voices to these tables of power, that we are empowering caucuses and councils to actually elect people, direct representatives to this caucus, or to these standing committees. And so the language as presented would codify this, but it would actually change how I did it. I gave up seats. We went from 75 to 60. We would just essentially add 22 seats to make sure that every committee, every caucus and council had at least 2 seats, one man or one woman, or one that doesn't identify, but 2 from each caucus to make sure that we can meet gender balance requirements. So with that, I present this. This is a really important reform of making sure that our committees, our standing committees, have new voices represented.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The floor is open for debate. I'm looking for a tent that's up there. Mr. Spate.
Mr. Chairman, I absolutely appreciate this amendment. The 22 additional, the way you chose to do your 16 and now try to do it as 22, I think needs to be memorialized. I truly like it. I am planning to offer an amendment that would simply move it to within the 75 that already exist, much like you did this time. I think it will enhance those 22 to be a part of the 75, and quite frankly will confine future chairs to doing it this way as well.
So you said you're planning to offer an amendment, but you're offering an amendment, right?
I am, correct.
Right.
That is fair.
And the amendment
I have submitted it to
is
staff.
on the screen? Not yet. Okay. Okay. Now it's on the screen. Okay. Is there a second for Mr. Spate's amendment? Second. There is a second. All right. You have, in telling us what you plan to do, sort of argued for this already, but if you'd like to say anything more before we go to general discussion.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right. Is there any further discussion?
Chairman.
I would just like to say that I agree with Dennis. I appreciate the thought he put into this, and if possible, I would accept this as a friendly amendment if it's possible, or if we just move to a vote on it. I do think that Dennis put a lot of thought into this, and I agree with where he's heading with this. So thank you, Dennis.
So this has been accepted as a friendly amendment.
Any objection to it?
We have Keith.
That is without objection. Is there any objection to the acceptance of the friendly amendment?
Nope.
So now we're looking at a new total set of language. I see one tent raised over here. Yes. Couldn't tell which one.
Just a question relative to, specific to the amendment. This current meeting, the chair nominated 60 members at large, and the number of at-larges for the caucuses and councils ended up being 16. Is that correct? And then from a standpoint of prospectively, it would mean effective beginning 2029, with assumption that all those that were appointed at large by the chair, there would have to be a reduction of 6. Is that correct? Or 7? 7.
Both the original sponsor and the amender are signifying yes.
That is true.
Mr. Spate, did you have further comments? Anyone else? Any further discussion? Parliamentarian reminds me that what we have to do is first vote on the amendment to the amendment, and then on the main motion.
It was accepted without objection, the amendment from
Oh, it was. Okay. So it was accepted without objection, so therefore we don't have to vote on that. We can go direct to a vote on the main motion.
We have Frank.
I have a question.
Yes, Frank.
Yeah, Frank Leone from DC. Looking at what's up on the screen, I see there's a footnote 1, but I don't know where it connects to. And then it has the bylaws language W. Does it have a bylaws language V? as well.
So I think the footnote is to call attention to the fact that this is effective immediately after the first DNC meeting of 2029. Am I correct about that? Yes. It's in the language of the amendment itself that it's effective in 2029, but this makes clear that that is effective immediately after the first meeting of the DNC in 2029, as I understand it. Is that clear, Frank? Thank you. Any other discussion?
Wendy Davis.
Wendy Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to make sure I followed what was changed, what the amendment changed, and I apologize, it wasn't clear to me. I was looking at the people speaking and not at the board. So we said 75 instead of 22?
So, Mr. Spate, would you like to explain what was changed?
The 22 will come from within the original 75 starting in 2029.
Rather than increasing.
I understand the premise. I'm just trying to make sure I have the language right, because I wasn't watching.
I didn't change the chairman's language. I just simply put it in a different section of the charter and bylaws, which is section V instead of W, which
Thank you.
makes it within the 75.
So that it's included in the 75 rather than creating 97.
Exactly.
Thank you.
And Donna.
Donna Brazil. I just want to concur with the chairman on the desire to make our party an inclusive party. The fact that the chair has spelled out the participation of our council, our caucuses. As a member who's been on the committee, probably past my expiration date, when this committee was 25, I was a DNC intern. When it was 50, I was a DNC staffer. And at 75, I had moved up to many other positions within the party, including vice chair and then as interim chair. Mr. Chairman, this is a good move, and I applaud you for doing it. And I thank you, Dennis, for keeping the number. I think we can work with this number, 75. It will increase inclusiveness and transparency and make our party stronger to have more active participation from everyone, every voter, every constituency, every American. So I would like to encourage my colleagues, new and old, to support this reform. Thank you.
Any further discussion or commentary? Seeing none, we will move to a vote. All those in favor of this motion as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Okay, we will move on to Amendment 3. Next, we have Amendment 3, which is an amendment to the bylaws, which would require that no more than 30% of any standing committee's membership be made up of at-large members. It also requires that no less than 25% of any standing committee membership be made up of state party chairs or vice chairs. The amendment is sponsored by the chairman. I would ask for a motion to recommend the language in the amendment for adoption, which will allow us to begin discussion. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Second. There's a motion. There's a motion and a second. But before we begin, did the chairman want to speak to this amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, and members. The problem that we've had for many years on this committee is that under Governor Howard Dean, most committees had at least half of their membership were state party chairs and vice chairs. A reflection and understanding that the rules promulgated in these esteemed bodies have to be carried out, by and large, by our state party chairs and vice chairs. When I became the president of the ASDC in 2017 and I came on this committee, we had a handful of state party chairs on the committee, not many. But in 2020, after President Biden's slate, we were down to just a couple. 2 voices on this body, representing all of our 57 state parties around the country. That's shameful. That can never happen again. But probably just as importantly, what I saw was that the people who were around here were all at-large members. People not elected by anyone, but appointed. And why was that a practice in the past? Because it would allow the chair or the president to essentially control the committee with a bunch of people who were never elected but appointed. That should never be the case. So what this seeks to do is to make sure that there is a cap on the number of at-large members who serve on every standing committee. No more than 30% can be standing committee or at-large members. And at least 25% have to be the state party chairs or vice chairs. So this is an important reform that protects this body and the DNC from just being controlled by at-large members who are not elected by anyone else in this party. Please vote for this, members.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's, oh. Well, okay. But I
I'm
got to
sorry.
open it up for debate. He has the sponsor.
Barry, can I go to you?
The amendment has been moved and seconded. The floor is open for debate. Please turn your table tents up. If the chairman has something else he wants to say. Okay.
Co-Chair Moore and Co-Chair Roosevelt and members, I would like to ask for unanimous consent to make 2 amendments to this section. On line 9, in place of the phrase "each committee," replace it with credentials, rules and bylaws, and resolutions committees to clarify that these membership requirements would only apply to the larger standing committees of the DNC. Second, sorry. Second, on line 12, after section 2.a, add in a line that says, and no less than 25% of DNC members who are members by virtue of the bylaws, Article 2, Section 2.b, which refers to the 200 members elected from the states.
Thank you.
And lastly, I would remove the language beginning in 2029 and henceforth, and instead include a footnote that states this sentence will go into effect immediately after the election of the chairperson in 2029.
Oh. Did I see a tent go up? Nope.
And if I could speak to just if I could do a 1-minute speech in favor of the addition here.
Sure.
I think this is important. I've heard from members elected from the states, not state chairs or vice chairs, that there should be at least a floor for the number of members on each committee. And so this would essentially say 25%, at least 25% come from the state party chairs and vice chairs. 25% at least come from the state elected DNC members, and no more than 30% can be at-large members, meaning there's still 20% left for the chair or the president to, do what they will with. Okay.
Michael Katz.
Michael? Michael?
Thank you, Michael Kapp from California. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for bringing this equity amendment to this body. I have a non-substantive edit. between the words rules and bylaws and resolutions, if we can add the word and. That's all. Thank you.
That could be included in the request for unanimous consent.
So we have a request for unanimous consent with the "and" put in, so we'd like to include that. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so we're gonna take the ups. We have several tents that's going up. Luis, Yvette, and
No,
Okay.
I just, first of all, so I have to emphasize again, someone who came back on the DNC under this system, it provided a second opportunity because the chair did not have enough spots to fill to satisfy everyone that he might have wanted to keep. So I thought this was a good provision, but we sat here and we did the math. And it seems reasonable if you do the math, but keeping in mind that these committees will expand all the time. So this number may not be consistent each time, but looking at this body, I think we might be at 47 or something like that now. So that would be 11 state party chairs or vice chairs, 14 at large, and 25 general. Which seems like a reasonable balance. So I think sometimes when people hear percentages, they think that it might be an outsized number, but when you actually attach a number to it, which I think is a better way of maybe when we discuss it, not necessarily when we write it, but when we discuss it, if we attach a number to it, I think it's easier for people to envision how this whole thing will look, which might make it easier for people to accept it. So.
All right, thank you, Luis. There are many burdens to having served in this committee a long time, most of which involve everybody else having to listen to me, so I appreciate your burden. But the one benefit is sometimes you get to recognize how significant a change is that may not be apparent to somebody who's new, and this is probably the most significant change that we will see. It is far more significant, in my opinion, than anything the Unity Reform Commission did, and I was quite upset, frankly, sitting through all the Unity Reform Commissions, that this particular issue did not get addressed, that over time, the dilution or diminution of the impact of the state parties was not being recognized. And more to the point, even more historic for those of you who are not aware of it, the fact that Chairman Martin elected to include the historically most underutilized but largest block of DNC members, namely the 200 whose basic sole job is to represent state parties at the DNC, is truly historic. And I just think people should appreciate this is a major step that will influence how considerations are done here, and it will impact the extent to which the grassroots, the voters who go to their local meetings and pass things up, will be represented in these rooms. Ken and I have disagreed on many things, and I'm sure we will in the future. He puts his commas in a different place. But when he first called me about this campaign, and he told me he was thinking of doing this, he was very gingerly about it, and I said, Ken, if you'd been at any meeting in my state, you would have heard me complain about this thing for a long time. Just, don't forget the 200. And, he's a man of sorting through all those inputs, and he deserves to be commended for it, and I wholeheartedly support this amendment, and just want to say thank you on behalf of all of us.
Thank you. I want to echo David's comments and thank the chairman in particular for adding that amendment for the bulk of our DNC members to be taken care of in this regard, and again, democratizing in a lot of ways. It's very much appreciated. This is not necessarily a request for amendment, just a little something I noticed. In one phrase, we say at least 25%, and another phrase, we say no less than 25%. I don't know that there's a distinction between it, but I didn't know if we needed to have parallel structure. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Frank, the staff will note that.
Yeah, thank you, Frank Leone, D.C. Mr. Kapp beat me to adding the "and," but I do have a recommended wording change. In the last new sentence where it says no standing committee member may serve on more than one standing committee, I would suggest that it say no DNC member may serve on more than one standing committee. I think that might be a little better way to word it, if that's okay with the maker of the motion. And secondly, I notice these are bylaws changes, and a lot of these, this provision originally originates in the charter. And is there a need to make a charter change?
No, just to identify it.
Or, I'm sorry.
Just the section's there, just to identify it.
Or to identify the section in the charter.
Jim, did you want to?
So, Mr. McDonald, did you have a comment on?
Yeah, I'm going to yield to Mr. McDonald because it was his question.
Or Mr. Leone?
He was punching my Oxford comma. The ASDC members are DNC members by virtue of charter provision, whatever it is, Article 3, Section 2A, and the 200 are members by virtue of charter provision, Article 3, Section 2B. And we've only referenced the bylaws here, and I was just curious as to why we didn't reference the charter. I suspect it's because we didn't think about it, but it seems like it would be a good idea to reference them both to avoid an inconsistency. But this truly is an Oxford comma type of comment, so let's not spend too much time on it. Either treat it as a scrivener's error or decide to do it, but I just wanted to flag it.
Since the charter change was not in the notice of the meeting on this subject, I think that's to be noted, and we'll return to it in a later meeting if necessary. Good question, but we'll come back to it.
Luis?
Thank you. Luis Davila from Puerto Rico. I strongly support this amendment. I've been a Democrat all my life, and I started serving in this DNC 8 years ago. I was elected National Committeeman for Puerto Rico, then I was re-elected again in 2020, served 8 years in that position. Not once was I able to serve in any of the standing committees. My predecessor, Charles Rodriguez, which you all know, he served for 8 years. Not once was he able or afforded the opportunity to serve in credentials, resolutions, or even here in Rules and Bylaws. When I received the call from the chairman that I have been appointed to this committee, I was so grateful, but I almost felt like even some sort of degree of imposter syndrome that a 30-something-year-old kid from Puerto Rico, from a territory, I'm the only one in this table that could not vote for the President of the United States. Yet we are affected every day by the decisions from a president which we weren't allowed to vote. And I think this amendment sends a strong message. It's about fairness, it's about equity, it's about diversity. And even though this amendment is effective in 2029, take a look at the rosters at the moment of every committee. We're already putting it in practice. So I commend the chairman for putting this amendment, and I strongly encourage every member of this committee to vote in favor. I'm voting yes, and I strongly encourage everyone to vote yes as well. Thank you.
Luis, Barry?
Yeah, real quick. I mean, I understand it. Ken jumped in and took my language in the First Amendment, but what he didn't do, when you added the "and" resolution committee, I learned from McDonald, commas should be there when they need to be there. That comma doesn't need to be there, and I think it would take it out. So I got to fix this anyway. Thanks.
Understood, and so noted. Do we have any more discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we will move to a vote. All in favor of Amendment 3, say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. Amendment 3 has passed. And Jim, Amendment 4.
Thank you. Amendment 4, this is my favorite amendment of us for us to consider tonight, partly because of what it does and partly because it's so short. And I'm going to read the entire text. The immediate past chair of the Democratic National Committee is added as a member by this amendment. Would the maker of the, would Chairman Martin like to offer a motion?
Just real quickly.
We have a motion, and do we have a second?
Second.
Now would you like to make?
Yes, just if I could real quickly. This is really about best governance practices. Most major organizations, companies, other boards of directors have positions in place for leadership continuity. I was surprised to learn that this organization does not. We should have our immediate past chair serve on this committee for all the reasons that other organizations do this. This is just good governance, and I would ask this body to unanimously approve this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Thank you all.
We're now on to Amendment 5. Oops, sir. We're on to Amendment 5, which is an amendment to the bylaws which would expand the executive committee to include representatives from the treasurers, the lieutenant governors, secretaries of state, and Attorney General's Association, the high school Democrats, and the immediate past chair. The amendment was sponsored by Chairman Martin. Before asking for a motion to recommend language in the adoption for Amendment 5, it was brought to the attention of Jim and I that if passed as written, this amendment would put the bylaws in conflict with Charter Article 4, Section 2, that says the difference between regionally elected members and those members selected by different means should be no more than 24. It is currently at 20, and by adding 6 members, it would place the bylaws out of compliance with the charter. After consulting with the sponsor and my co-chair, I would seek a motion to amend this proposal to allow the additions of the chair of the High School Democrats of America and the immediate past chair of the DNC to serve on the executive committee upon adoption of this bylaws amendment by the full DNC, and to include a proviso that clarifies that the 4 additional members from the treasurers, the lieutenant governors, the secretaries of state, and the Attorney General's Association would not be added to the executive committee until the amendment to the charter, Article 4, Section 2, has been passed to allow for the inclusion of these additional members. Members, is there a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
The amendment has been properly offered and seconded. Before moving to the debate, does the sponsor want to speak to this?
I support this amendment. I support the intent in what we're trying to do here. I just want to remind folks in terms of being in the spirit of inclusion, there's a number of sister committees, other organizations that belong to this body, but were not included on the executive committee, and they're listed in this amendment. And I appreciate the fact that we will have to take this up at a later point. But the point of our executive committee is to make sure at that important committee we have all of our other sister committees represented, and this is in the spirit of including all of them in the conversation. So thank you for for fixing this, and we'll address the other piece when we need to. Thank you, Mignon.
Sure. The floor is open for debate. Please turn your table tent up in order to be recognized. Barry?
Just real quickly, is there
What's her name?
an issue potentially when you add these two to gender, if they're both? Doesn't matter on the executive committee if you added two males or two females?
I don't know. I'm sorry, Barry, you want to...
I'm just trying to, gender balance. I was just wondering how, if you've had two, the chairperson and the immediate past chair are both males, how does that affect the executive committee, or is there something that needs to be done?
You don't have any information right now as to the gender of these people, and it may change. We don't know whether they change their officers annually, biennially, or quadrennially, and they're running for election in their states on varying schedules, because we know that 3 of our states have odd-year elections to boot. So you have to handle the gender balance in another way with these people. I mean, we handle it when we get to it and we know who they are.
Well, we clearly would know who the immediate past chair would be.
Yeah.
So we just...
But we don't know.
We won't always.
We don't know in anticipation. We will have to just take a look at it in a broader context at a later point in time.
It might be that when we figure out a way to deal with this overall, we'll want to exempt the immediate past chair from the gender balance rules, since they were elected chair exempted from gender balance rules.
I understand, and also you could say that when it says the chairperson of high school Democrats or their designee, since you know the gender of the past chair, you could just say that has to be one of the designees has to be opposite gender.
That's one solution. Whether we want to impose that on that group, I think, needs a broader discussion.
It's a future thing to figure out, but I just wanted to raise it. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you, Barry. Stephanie?
Hi, folks. I just wanted to say that this is actually the 20th anniversary of the founding of the High School Democrats of America, and it is only... We can give them some love. And I believe it's only 6 years since they have been seated as members of the Democratic National Committee, and that was led by Chairman Martin, and wanted to publicly thank him as one of the 2 people under the age of 36 on this committee for his leadership in that regard, and also, again, in his leadership here, making sure that we have more young voices at this incredibly important place. So thank you so much, Chairman Martin, and so incredibly excited for this.
Thank you, Stephanie. David?
I just wanted to request that we either ask the quadrennial review committee of this body or the reform task force, one of them that you're setting up, to examine the basic problem, potential problem of gender division on the executive committee. We have, I think, something like 17 members now that are single representatives from external organizations that we don't control how they're elected, and there's no gender requirement, and there's no really fair way to say, treasurers, you do this gender, and lieutenant governors, you do this. It's a complicated problem that we won't solve today, but we do have a commitment to having males and females equally balanced in parties' quarters of power, as they say, and I would like us to look at this problem. Yeah, and I would like us to look at this problem, but it's not something we can solve today. And again, I commend the chair for moving forward.
Thank you, David. Andre?
Andre Triber from Texas. I am going to echo much of what Steph just said as the other member of the committee under 36. The other hat that I wear on this body is as chair of the Youth Council, and sometimes it surprises folks to hear that in that position I'm not a member of the executive committee, and I'm not interested in taking on that burden right now. But the way that we get youth representation on the executive committee is this is how we've done it currently. The Young Democrats of America and the College Democrats of America are doing it, and our three constituent groups, rounding that out with high school Dems, I think it is very, very important to make sure that their voice is heard. And so thank you very much, Chair Martin, for completing that trifecta for us. It's a big deal for representation.
If I may just comment, I was under the impression that Ms. Brazil was also under 36.
You know, Jim, there are so many reasons why I love you. And now that you've acknowledged my true age and my great spirit, kudos.
Chairwoman Brazil is a confirmed member of the Youth Council.
My donation will be given after the meeting.
Amen.
Thank you.
There's lots of laughs in here, too. Do we have any more discussion on Amendment 5? Hearing no further discussion, we will move to a vote. All those in favor of Amendment 5, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. It was a close call with with Barry's hand up. The ayes have it. Thank you. We'll move to Amendment 6.
I will point out that my favorite Tesla bumper sticker that I've seen recently is, I identify as a Prius.
That's funny.
Next, we have Amendment 6, which is an amendment to the bylaws that would require the officers and staff to remain impartial and even-handed in Democratic primaries. The national chairperson would promulgate a neutrality policy under this amendment. This amendment was co-sponsored by Chair Martin and John Verdejo of North Carolina. I'm going to ask for a motion to recommend the language in Amendment 6 for adoption. And is there a second?
Second.
So it's been properly moved and seconded. Would one of the sponsors like to make a statement?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members. This is 2017, when I came in as the ASDC president, as an officer under Chairman Perez. This is one of the things that Deputy Chair Ellison and I pushed with the other officers. The idea, of course, coming out of 16 was that whether perceived or real, there was actually a perception that party leaders and bosses put their thumbs on the scale for one of our candidates during that contest. And as a result, many young people, many new people, many people who felt like they should be heard were disillusioned. They left the party. And they never came back, many of them. You see, I want to reiterate what I said before about what our charter says about trusting the people. This is what this amendment is about. We have to earn the trust of people. And this is a very simple amendment, but it's very profound. It's saying that no party officer, none of the DNC officers, none of the DNC staff can in fact put their thumb on the scale. We have to create a fair and competitive process that allows everyone to compete. And then once the primary voters make their decision, then we fight like hell for whoever they nominate. If we want to build a party that brings people in and keeps people in, the best way to do that is to create an environment where everyone can compete fairly, everyone can be heard, and at the end of the day, everyone has faith and trust in the process. That's what this is about. We have an obligation to Democrats not in this room. We are headed into what will likely be a very crowded Democratic primary process. I believe it's incumbent upon us to make sure that party officers of this organization and the DNC staff stay out of that, to make sure that we are creating the type of environment that builds trust with the broader Democratic Party. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The floor is now open for debate, and I'm looking to see if anybody raises their name tent. And I see Artie Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Artie Blanco, Nevada. I also want to commend the chair for this. You know, there were lots of stories. You know, folks love to sensationalize everything. And as someone who was also a member and of the committee during this time, and active not only with my state party of Nevada, but our county party, and knowing that at the same time we were executing that on the state and county party level, you bringing this forward and folks just saying this was a surprise, it was not a surprise, because if you were participating in your local party, you know that this exists. So when we had our meeting and you brought this up immediately, yes, where do I sign and when? And I am appreciative, Chairman, that you've continued to bring this forward because it is important. Whether it's perception or reality, it is still important for us to remain neutral in primaries. So thank you.
Thank you, Chairs. Russ Carnahan from Missouri. As Chair Martin mentioned, the past perception, real or imagined, about this, I'm excited about the future. The bench the Democratic Party has, the competition among our candidates, the best and the brightest that come forward to compete and to have the one at the top of the heap and they all coalesce behind us. Like, that's what makes our party powerful and good. And this is a smart amendment for our party and whoever our nominee is in 2028. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion? Ms. Drizel.
We have a couple of things over here, too.
Okay.
I don't want to jump anybody. I'll be accused of being old if I did. Go ahead, Wendy. I defer to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Go ahead, and then we'll move around. All right, Wendy.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you for this. Just for the sake of clarity, I would love for you to speak to, you don't just mean for president, is my understanding. You mean every office. And so I would love for you just to speak to, if you don't mind or if it's appropriate, we have a lot of elected officials who at times are officers of the party. I'd love to know how you're going to manage that, just again, so we're all open about what your thinking is there. And then I have one follow-up question after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Davis. I will say this, that the policy that we crafted and brought to our officers earlier this year, because there were officers who were appointed who are elected officials. And so the policy that was crafted says that we have to stay out of party elections and primary elections, and for all offices. With the exception when you are a candidate yourself, of course you can support yourself, right? Because we have multiple elected officials who serve in our officer rank right now. But beyond that, that is the only exception. It means you stay out of every office at every level. And it also means you can't help your friends who are running. And I will tell you, all of our officers at the time, with the exception of one, signed that. And so I'm grateful for them understanding the importance of this policy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that understanding, and would just like for it to be noted, and I would like to request to you and set the standard. As you know, city elections are very near and dear to my heart, and a lot of city elections are technically nonpartisan. So I would love for you to figure out in your rules a way that when you're down to two folks, and if one of them's a Dem and the other one's not, that the party can be involved, because I think it's very important for the party to be active at the city level all the way down. Thank you, sir.
Chair Conrad.
Hi, Shasti Conrad from Washington State. I want to also commend the chair for this neutrality policy. I was proud to sign it when I was associate chair, proud to uphold it now as a vice chair of this body. I think that it's incredibly important that we remain an impartial governing body, that we, as I've heard you talk about, we can't be both the refs and the players, that we need to make sure that we are creating an even playing field for folks. And for far too long, I think many people, progressives, people of color, young people, have felt that at times institutions like these have put thumbs on the scales, have made it harder for people to be able to feel like they have a fair chance to be able to run for office, to be able to participate in this work. And this neutrality pledge allows us to make sure that we are creating as much equity in this work as possible, and we're giving people a chance to be a part of it. So I do think that this is a way to champion the cause of progressives that we've asked for years and years and years, and are grateful very much to the chair for doing this. And I also really appreciate the second sentence that allows for a little bit of room for each, as we go through each cycle, to allow for those, as we talked about, if we have elected members of the officer corps and whatnot, to be able to participate and do this as they need to. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Goodman?
Two things. Number one, my understanding is that, if there's 49 of us around this table, there's 4 or 5 officers that are sitting here right now, and the staff behind us, but anybody, like myself, this does not affect my ability to stand for any Democratic Party candidate that may be running, even if it's a contested election. It's just the officers and the staff. That's my understanding. That's correct?
That is correct.
Secondly, would it help if, after even-handed in Democratic primary elections, you added the word contested? Because if there's one Democrat running in a primary, officers should be able to jump on that. What I'm thinking about is there's a certain date every state has that for you to be a contestant in a primary, you have to file, you have to have your signatures in. Once you're on that ballot and that date is passed, if there's one Democrat, there should be no inability to support that Democrat. So that's why I thought adding the word contested might be of assistance.
I'm going to weigh in a little bit, take some prerogative here. So there is obviously a filing date. Those are the real active candidates. There's also a write-in provision, however, and it's very hard to predict the situation you'll be in, but occasionally we have had situations where the only people who filed were not real Democrats, and then a write-in candidate runs. That changes the whole equation. I think we get into complications if we categorize it only contested primaries, but I'm obviously open to to Chair Martin's view on this.
No, I agree with you, Mr. Chair.
I'll withdraw my request.
Okay.
It makes sense, but unintended consequences worry me.
Yeah. And again, this is for the staff and the officers of the party.
Right. This does apply only to staff and officers. Any further?
Donna and Michael.
Donna?
Well, this is just an observation, and I've got to make it because I'm sitting here thinking about the past. And by the time I was appointed to this committee following the 1996 presidential cycle, I had 6 presidential campaigns under my belt, 32 congressional, and 7 gubernatorial campaigns. I had worked from the bottom up And I was pleased when the chair at the time appointed me to serve as co-chair of this esteemed committee. That was a great honor to be co-chair of a committee that I, as my brother from Puerto Rico mentioned, never in my wildest dreams thought I could co-chair this great committee. But as some of you might have heard or know, I was then elevated to become Al Gore's campaign manager. And Al Gore, the sitting Vice President of the United States, had one primary opponent, former New Jersey Senator Bill Bradley. I immediately stepped down in my capacity as co-chair. And so while this amendment is for staff and the officers, I just want us to be aware that all of us, especially those of us who are tasked with the responsibility of drafting the call and presenting to the body and other bylaws, charter, we're all under that same responsibility to be as neutral as possible in drafting this and working with the chair, working with the officers to ensure that we don't tip the scales. And I don't want to add anything to it, but I'm going to just speak from my experience. Some of our consultants that we hire, they have multiple contracts, and we need to be aware of what we're doing when we also hire vendors and consultants. I think we just need to be as transparent as possible. Thank you.
I might point out that while this applies only to officers and staff, Mignon and I have taken the position while we've been co-chair that we do not get involved in primaries. That's a personal choice, a personal discipline, but it has served us well in terms of impartiality and in terms of saving money.
I'd like to also echo
the most important fact, by the way.
As a former chair, I love when I tell people, I'm sorry I cannot get involved in your primary because as a former chair, I do not wish to get involved. And it also saves me a lot of money, too. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Michael Katz.
Michael.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for being open, clear, and consistent on this issue for so many years. I feel that this amendment is a very important step in building trust with voters who, frankly speaking, don't have a lot of trust in us right now. And I and many other Democratic activists appreciate the sacrifice that you and our other officers have made to ensure that all Democratic voters can have full faith and trust in our party. We can't ask voters to trust us if we do not trust the voters. So thank you again.
Thank you. Donna, you've spoken. No, who's next on our list? David.
Just
right.
Maybe for the benefit of the new members, we are not subject to this policy, but you'll discover when we start drafting the documents for the convention that this committee is the credentials committee for the National Convention up until 55 days beforehand. And while we hope everything goes smoothly, there can be circumstances in which we end up having to make decisions which can be both crucial and highly controversial, and several members of this committee, myself included, were on it in 2008 when we had to deal with Florida and Michigan, Obama and Clinton, televised hearings, and the odd thing of having a CNN camera focused on the door that was closed behind which we were theoretically having lunch, and they were waiting for the door to open, and having friends say, "Why did I see you on my flight to Qantas?" on the television screen. And in that circumstance, it's handy to have not been committed to a candidate going in if you want to maintain your credibility coming out. So just keep it in mind. There's no prohibition against joining, but we could get into a controversy here that you wouldn't think the Rules Committee gets into, but it does sometimes.
Yeah, the date that will live. Bishop Daughtry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I too agree with my colleagues who've already spoken in commending the chair for concretizing this and putting it, codifying it into our rules and bylaws. It's so important. I would want to ask the co-chairs of the committee for that small group of volunteers that you're looking for to do some more work, that perhaps that little committee can consider the role of the Rules and Bylaws Committee when it comes to the call and, as David was saying, the charter, particularly if Rules and Bylaws Committee members are taking formal paid roles with campaigns, what might be appropriate, recusal, whatever, I don't know. But I want to suggest that be added to that committee's agenda.
Thank you. Thank you,
Bishop,
Leah.
I think you had some fans in here on that one, including the chairman.
Right. Any further discussion or commentary? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of this language regarding neutrality, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. And the ayes clearly have it.
Next, we have Amendment 7, which is an amendment to the bylaws that would rename the Budget and Finance Committee, add 4 additional members, and provide for additional reforms on the oversight members, on what the oversight members would have over the finances of the DNC. This amendment was sponsored by Chairman Martin and Chris Lowe of New York. I would ask for a motion to recommend the language in Amendment 7 for adoption, which will allow for us to begin discussion. Is there a motion to recommend the adoption? Second? The amendment has been properly offered and second. Before moving, I'd like to call on Chris Lowe and the chairman.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And let me just say, by way of introduction, that I asked our co-National Finance Chair, Chris Lowe, who is also the chair of one of the co-chairs of the Budget Committee. I tasked him with going back to our bylaws and our rules to figure out ways to increase the transparency in our financials, to provide greater oversight. And he and the committee went to work, and they crafted these recommendations. So I appreciate the thoughtfulness in which he and Doris Kraus Mays, sorry, got it backwards, from Virginia, and the rest of the committee approached this work. And at this point, I'd like to turn it over to our co-National Finance Chair, Chris Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. I have served on the Budget and Finance Committee for 8 years, but only recently as its co-chair. However, in those 8 years, it didn't take long for me to realize that the committee didn't really live up to its name. So I'm very grateful for the chair's commitment here to financial transparency in our financials and in our budget process. So I'm very pleased to co-sponsor this amendment to the bylaws with him. I'm going to walk through the sort of 5 fundamental changes we're making here. You'll note if you look at the language, it was very focused on changing the way the committee worked. There were certain, shall I say, sort of policy elements which have been inserted in the bylaws over time, around, for example, limits on expenditures or approvals of expenditures. We didn't seek to change any of those. But what we are trying to change is the way the committee receives information, reviews information, who it reports back to, and how frequently it does so. So, as Mignon noted, we're changing the name to the Budget Oversight and Review Committee. That will better reflect its function. We're also increasing the membership to 15 people, and that will allow for a broader diversity of opinion and experiences on the committee. Most importantly, we're clarifying the role of the committee and making sure that it is very clear that its role is respect to the oversight of the financial affairs of the DNC, including the budget, and is also including the procurement practices of the DNC, including the work it does around DEI initiatives. It allows the committee to meet more frequently, or in fact requires the committee to meet more frequently. It allows us to appoint working groups and subcommittees. It allows us to meet sometimes in camera, which, in order to discuss some sensitive matters and potentially draft budgets, we feel that is essential to do. And it also specifically gives the committee co-chairs access to the information that they need to do their job, or the committee to do its job. And finally, it lays out the procedure we need to put in place for review of a budget. So it requires us to put in place a process to, one, comment on a draft budget proposed by the chair. All we can do is comment. We're not setting a budget. This is not our budget to set, but we are to comment and review it. When we've gone through that process, we will report on that budget and recommend it to the executive committee and subsequently to the full DNC to approve in summary form. We have to put in place procedures for us to review detailed quarterly reports on the performance against the budget, prepared by the chair or one of his nominees. And then again, we will provide quarterly reports in a summary form to the executive committee and the DNC. And finally, this amendment, in the course of our review and oversight, it requires us, if we have specific recommendations, to make them to the executive committee, the DNC, the officers, or senior members of staff as appropriate. So thank you for your consideration, and I'm sure myself and the chair are open to your questions.
The floor is now open for discussion. Raise your tent. Frank, and then Cristobal.
Hi, Frank Leon from D.C. Thank you very much, Mr. Lowe, especially for your hard work on this. I think this does carry through the spirit of openness and visibility in our financial processes and our budget process that people have been looking for. And this morning, I had the pleasure of watching what is now the Budget and Finance Committee at work, and it was almost as interesting as Rules and Bylaws, but it actually was very enlightening. I just have one suggested wording change, because if you look on section V, line 49, on the second page, it talks about the DNC or its operating entity, and as I understand, and don't hold this to me because I'm definitely not a corporate lawyer, there is a corporation that is sometimes a party to contracts, but it says DNC or its operating entity, and then it says ensure the operating entity of the DNC maintains policies with respect to contracting, but it says contracting by the DNC, and it probably should say operating entity there. So to clarify all of this, if it's all right with legal counsel, I defer to her for sure. In section V, it could say the third line 49, held by the DNC, parentheses, or its operating entity, close parentheses, and then just use DNC after that. So on line 55, it would just say ensure that the DNC maintains adequate policies. Delete that the operating entity of the DNC. Sorry, I'll let you catch up.
Frank is on it.
Yeah, but I want to get caught up. Yeah, okay. And then there, just ensure that the Democratic National Committee, because I think that putting it in parentheses after the first one, I think makes it clear you're talking about the DNC or its operating entity, whatever the relevant organization is. And jumping back and forth, I think, could be confusing to people who don't understand, what does that mean? Is that a way of hiding things or whatever? So it's not. It's very straightforward. But I think this makes it a little clearer, if it's all right with our council. Thank you.
Chairman Martin, did you want to respond, yea or nay, to accepting changes?
I would ask our council if we're okay with that.
This works. We could also just incorporate the phrase operating entity into the later sections that Frank mentioned, so that it's clear that we're always talking about the DNC and its operating entity will have these policies.
Yeah, that would maybe be more technically correct, but I think if we can get by with just referring to it once so it's clear for people reading it, that's what I prefer, but I defer to you.
No, it's clear, so I think either is fine.
We have Cristobal and Stephanie, right?
Thank you. No comments on Frank's suggestions there. I just think this is a very important amendment, and I want to commend Chair Martin and Chair Lowe because I think it strikes the right balance, a very careful balance between transparency and oversight, while also protecting our trade secrets, particularly in the heat of battle during what will be very hotly contested elections. So I want to thank you for putting this forth. Does she have something to say?
Go Birds.
Go Cowboys.
I need to go back just on Frank's. Was his amendment accepted without objection? All in favor?
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay. And thanks, Chris. Steph, then David.
As Bishop Daughtry, I would also like to make a recommendation for this future committee that the chair folks have proposed. There's a lot of inconsistencies on whether we spell out Democratic National Committee or we write DNC, and I am so sorry to be annoying about it, but if the future committee could maybe make a determination, and I'm sure that this has come up in your many years of service, but if that is something, I would like to make that recommendation that folks take a look at that going forward, because it also does repeat in several other amendments.
Thank you, Steph. Noted. Is there David?
I want to just make sure everybody, including members who may be watching the video, is aware that there's one other change in this between the existing Budget and Finance Committee and this proposal. Frank mentioned diligently getting up this morning and watching the hearing. This past practice has been that the Budget and Finance Committee is open to all members of the DNC, but not to the press and the public. There is language at the end of this amendment that allows the co-chairs of this committee in their discretion to exclude DNC members from the meetings. And there's no really guideline on when the discretion might be exercised. And as I mentioned to Chris the other morning at breakfast when we talked about this, I think there are circumstances where clearly it makes sense to be totally secret about what you're doing. But the minute we get to the circumstance where the DNC has passed a budget, told its members this is how the money will be spent, it gets harder and harder to justify not letting the DNC members observe whether the money is being spent in accordance with what the DNC was being told. I do not have a solution for where that line ought to be today, and I don't think it's really worth dragging it out tonight, but I do think I would like to see, and if Chris and the chairperson indicate that they'll come back to us with some further amendments, I'm fine with voting on this, or with a policy, not necessarily an amendment, but to kind of clarify when they're going to keep DNC members from being able to see how their money is spent, and when they're simply going to keep the press and the opposition from seeing it. And I do acknowledge it's very complicated, particularly if you're in the area of trying to figure out exactly why the money was spent a particular way and whether it is in fact in the budget and some other things. And you can't be granular in all those things. That's why I don't think we can take it up today. But we are a party that is transparent. This is the only real committee that even excludes the press, this particular committee, and so I want to be careful with it. Thank you.
Chris, if you want, or who's, I can't.
Okay, do you want me to respond?
Who is that? Oh, that's Jamie?
I'll respond to David.
Yeah.
I mentioned in my overview, the concept of in camera is an important principle, but I also understand, we have another very important principle about members having access. I am certainly happy for us to come back, or myself and Doris to come back with a particular policy. I do not envisage this being used particularly often, other than with respect to when we're being provided draft information, possible information, information of granularity about the budget, which we wouldn't want broadly disclosed, and also potential information related to individual compensation packages or other, items you would not expect to broadly discuss in any forum like this. So I don't think there's language I have off the top of my head which could go in here, but I do think we can commit, in parallel with us fleshing out the process for doing the budget, some guidance about where we would propose to take sessions in camera.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Chris. Jamie.
Thank you, Jamie Salzer from North Dakota. Commend Chris and the chair for this. My career has been in business. This is basic governance and a long time coming, and certainly responsive to concerns that we in the state parties here, the number one question we get from people is, how are you spending your money? And it's good that DNC is responding to that. And I do have a question, though, about the section requiring private approval from the chairperson. I apologize, I didn't think of this till just now, so I would have asked you ahead of time. Based on the language, this would be all contracts that exceed $100,000. That's per contract, not per vendor. Is the intent for this to be per vendor or per contract? Because conceivably, a vendor could get $10,000, $50,000 contracts, which I suspect the chair would want to know that one vendor is getting $500,000. Do we need to clarify the language in here to essentially say, design for all contracts and expenditures exceeding $100,000 annually per vendor, or open to the language, but do we have to clarify that, or do you want to stick with the per contract?
That language was in the bylaws already. Okay, so after the reform of the DNC language, it was inserted for all contracts and expenditures exceeding $100,000 annually. The only reason it is shown in sort of track changes here is because we just moved it to make the language just read better. So I don't necessarily disagree with your point, and it's something I'm sure we'd be open to consider, but I wasn't trying to change the policy that had been previously approved by this committee and the DNC in the last time these bylaws were amended.
Yeah, and certainly I don't think that the goal here was to do that. I think the goal is to get increased transparency.
I would just say if folks are amenable to this, I think if you took out the word all and said any contract, that would meet your requirement here, that any contract over $100,000. So if I'm now a vendor and I have 10 contracts that are over $100,000, each one of those would have to be reviewed.
Yeah, I think all would probably make sense. I almost want to add a section at the end about something per vendor, or something to reflect that if a vendor, we don't want a vendor getting more than $100,000 without the chair approving it. Cumulative. Open it up. I can't think of the right word for it right now, but I think we get the point.
To work with Chris and the chairman on some language other than what the chairman has just suggested?
I think we could just say exceeding $100,000 annually per vendor. I think we just say for all contracts per vendor after annually, because that reflects all the contracts a vendor gets that are more than $100,000 in total. I think reflects that. Which the chair just wants to make sure one vendor's not getting a bunch of money without his approval.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I would just add, I mean, this language in the bylaws basically required the DNC to put in place a policy to do this, and I think they have, and they did after this was amended last time, and I think what the policy actually reflects is what you just said. So.
New language that's been incorporated. All in favor of the new amended language, say aye. Any opposed? Do we have any more discussion around Amendment 7? Hearing no further discussion, we can move to a vote. All in favor of Amendment 7, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. And we can move on to number 8, the chairman's last proposal.
And the last piece that we have in the chairman's reform package is Amendment 8, which is an amendment to the charter that would put language from the call to the convention on the voting rights of automatic delegates at the National Convention into the charter. This amendment was sponsored by Chair Martin. Chair Martin, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, I think this is a really important amendment, and I want to speak to it first before I offer an amendment to this, okay? And so what I would like to say is that this body spent a significant amount of time in 2017 and 18 considering a whole package of proposals from the Unity Reform Committee. And that one of those proposals was around superdelegates. And this committee struggled mightily on what the best path forward was. There were lots of conversations, lots of great ideas. Bishop Daughtry and I sort of broke the logjam, so to speak, with what was called the third way option, which is what you see on paper here. It's important for us to realize, again, that whether perceived or real, that people felt that the superdelegates were making these decisions. Again, this is about trust. This is about making sure that as we go into our nominating contest, that the will of the pledged delegates elected directly by people in the states through primaries and caucuses prevail. And so I say this to say that while I brought this forward as an amendment to the charter, I would like to withdraw the amendment and ask if we could instruct the Rules and Bylaws Committee to consider this for inclusion in the 2028 call. I believe it's 28, correct? So let me again repeat myself on that. I would withdraw this as a charter amendment and ask that this be considered for inclusion by this committee in the 2028 call.
So without
to instruct the committee, I'm not asking you to vote on it, we're not discussing the call now, I understand that. I'm asking us, when we get to the call, that we would instruct this committee to include it again, as it has been in the last 2 presidential contests, in the call again.
So we can't actually vote on it because it wasn't part of the agenda for this meeting, but I can say as a matter of commitment, we will see to it that it's on the agenda when we discuss the call. Without objection,
I would like to have at least a vote that we are acknowledging that we are instructing the committee to take this up again. It's important based on earlier conversations.
Okay. I am told that that is properly called a precatory motion. You can look it up. There's nothing wrong with it. So, without objection, the chair will withdraw his charter amendment, but he is making a precatory motion to instruct this committee to include this language in the call. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Oh, yeah. Is there any further discussion on that motion?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to mention something here. We have agreed that we are no longer going to refer to them as superdelegates. So we want to get in the habit of uniformly saying automatic delegates. So I just want to be clear that that is how we refer to those delegates now, and make sure that we all consistently say that, so that people out there will consistently refer to them as delegates who are automatic, not super automatic.
Thank you, Yvette. I apologize. Thank you.
Yeah, frankly, on DC, I wanted to make an amendment that I hope will be acceptable to the whole group. The arrangement we had 8 years ago that's governed as well is that the automatic delegates don't get a vote on the first ballot if it would affect the result, but they do get a vote on the other ballots, and second and following ballots. And I submitted language last week to the committee that would do that, and both of these paragraphs come directly from the 2024 call. Just want to make sure the whole arrangement is there. I think staff should have the language.
Could I just make this simple and just revise my motion to send the exact language from the 2024, to instruct the exact language from the 2024 call to this committee for discussion to be included in the 2028 call?
If that's, or here's the language, however would you like to do it, Mr. Chairman, it's fine. Just want to make sure the whole package is there.
That will accomplish what you're attempting to do, Frank, I think.
Well, I'd rather have the specific language because it's more specific. It does come from the 2024 call, but if people won't have to go and look up the call, because not everybody has it memorized like some of us do.
Okay. Wendy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Chairman Martin for being flexible, and there are a very great number of our DNC members who have joined this body since 2018, and so I just wanted to express gratitude to you for us to give an opportunity for everyone to think through these issues. You're absolutely right that the perceived thumb on the scale is not what we want, and we ought to work to make sure that doesn't happen. I'm excited that we have the opportunity to explore the third way and at least discuss potential other ways. Thank you, sir.
Please take no offense, Mr. Chairman, but as not a member of this committee, I want to make sure we do this right, and I would like to take his motion and let one of us as a member of the committee make it, so that we just make sure we cross all the I's, dot all the T's. So
I take no offense.
We have enough,
I wish I was still a member of this committee.
I said we have enough seconds to make it clear that that motion came from a member of the committee. I would.
All right, Shad?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chairman, for helping us get to this solution here. I do just want to note the trust that we have to build with our communities across the country, and the trust that we have to rebuild amongst many of our communities and many of our voters. this committee has done incredible work in making sure that not only did we get past the 2016 divide that plagued our party and still continues to do so in some ways, but also in steering us towards making sure that we deal with circumstances beyond our control and beyond precedent like we did in the previous election. And I just want to note in my gratitude for this, that this is an important step towards that process. And the way that I always view our Democratic voters and supporters across the country is as customers. And we owe an obligation to our customers to provide great service, great predictability, and as we've debated in a previous amendment, neutrality, and making sure that we're creating a fair and even process. I think that this treats those customers with the respect they deserve and that their voices are respected and prioritized. And I would just urge my fellow members of this committee, when we are discussing the call to hold ourselves to that value that we've upheld in most recent elections, and that we have an obligation to those customers and to those voters to uphold their preference and to engage in the art of persuasion where we may, and to engage in the art of building trust where we have to. And so this is something that I hope we all take very, very seriously when we're debating that call and hold ourselves to. Thank you.
Donna? Oh, Ray, and then Donna.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. I certainly understand where this is coming from, but for those of us who lived through this in 2016 and beyond, I know that we're most likely going to do a voice vote, and I do not want to put anyone else in a position that they feel uncomfortable, but I would ask that my support is actually recorded as being in support, so I can go back to my state and say, not only did I give my word, I put it with my name included. And so when we do cast the vote, I hope that our records show that I did vote yes.
Okay. Donna?
Well, I like to be consistent, and I believe I voted during the last call against this amendment in the call. I am proud to be an automatic delegate. You don't have to call me super. My mom had 9 children, and after she had me, she had 6 more. So I understood right away that I wasn't that super. But I also want a message sent about who we are as a Democratic Party. We don't have second-class citizens. We don't believe in that. Everybody around this table, I don't care if you came in as a leader in our various states, or you came in from being part of our councils and caucus, or you came in like me. And God knows, I came in because I think I put in the work. I am proud. I have never regretted one day, one moment, $1. I don't regret the gray hair I have for serving this party and the values and our ideals. Early today, we witnessed a remarkable woman here on Women's Equality Day, Maxine Waters. She addressed the Black Caucus. She attended the Women's Caucus. Maxine Waters, who turned 87 just a couple of days ago, wanted to be here, to be part of this. And I just would hope that as we comment on some of the more contentious elections we've had, of course, 84, 88, 92, 2008, 2016, 2020, and some people even added 2024 to the list. Let us remember that automatic delegates, each and every one of us, and those who are elected as our governors, our senators, our congresspeople, and others, they have a role to play in this party regaining its footing and branding with the American people. Let's be clear about that. I just want you to know we have put in the work. We have done the work. We're going to continue to do the work. There's no reason to denigrate or to even try to say things that personally I find somewhat disrespectful. I am so very proud to call myself a Democrat. I am so proud of the men and women on this committee. I'm so proud of the members of Congress who are still fighting like hell. Debbie Dingell, who's not here, is giving me more information because she's at a funeral, and I said, Debbie, you're grieving. She said, wait, I got to give you some more. She's still working. Let us try to become one party and not have these so-called external divisions driven by 2 years ago, 4 years ago, 6 ago. I understand the scars. I still have scars from 2000, 537 votes. But I still go to Florida. What do you think I get this marvelous tan from? So please, folks, be respectful to our colleagues, to each other, and to all of our friends out there who are on the front lines, risking their lives. To be a member of Congress today is to get, as I mentioned last night, death threats. I don't need to talk about that in Minnesota. I'm still grieving the loss, Ken, of your good friends and our leaders here. So let's all be careful in how we talk about each other and the people who serve this party as our elected leaders and many of us who are volunteers, who are here because we love our country and we value this great party. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I will abstain. Is that good? Because I swear to God, I'm not voting against this. I'm going to be consistent. And I'm not a skunk at the party because, damn it, in Louisiana, we don't have that. My mother used to tell us when we went to the zoo, don't think about the species, focus on the recipe. So I intend, Ken, I will abstain, but I just want to let y'all know where my spirit is on this. I want to be, as they say when the Saints, who don't have a quarterback, I want to be included in that number. All right.
Is there any further discussion?
Thank you, Bishop Brazil. Jane.
Good evening, everybody. First, to all my fellow Swifties, congratulations for our favorite English teacher and gym teacher who got engaged today. I would, as a member of the Unity and Reform Commission who learned a lot in that process from Chair Brazil and many others who did not want to reform in this particular way the automatic delegates because of how critical voices are. I think that we learned a lot in that process. I also know from being a party chair how important the delegate reform was to the grassroots of our party for feeling like their voice and their votes truly matter. I would like a roll call vote on this amendment.
Normal procedure is to take a voice vote, and if there is a doubt in the minds of the chairs, to then go to a division, either a roll call or standing. But I guess a motion for a roll call vote is in order. Is there a second to the motion for a roll call vote? There is a second.
Mr. Chair, I apologize for interrupting, but can we be clear what we're voting on? Are we voting on the instruction, or are we voting on the amendment?
I'm going to reread the amendment in a few, I'm going to reread the amendment now, and then we're going to vote on whether to do a roll call vote.
That's what's confusing me. I believe the amendment has been withdrawn without objection.
No,
and it's no longer before us and cannot be voted on.
We're now discussing the motion, the precatory motion.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to be clear. Yeah.
So here is the text of the motion. It's a motion to direct the Rules and Bylaws Committee to include in the 2028 call to the convention language from the 2024 call regarding the voting of automatic delegates as shown on the screen. And that was made and Any further discussion on that motion? Hearing none. Oh, yes, Wendy.
Thank you. What I heard the chairman say several times is instructing the RBC to consider putting this in the 2028 call, and that's different from what you just...
What did we say?
We said, the language that I think you and I heard was to direct the RBC. Did you want direct or consider?
I said it the way I meant it.
Direct.
So, instructing the committee.
To direct.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
and it's no longer my motion, it's Dennis Spates, by the way.
Consideration, yeah. So, but the language is direct. So, according to the makers, it's direct, and so you can take that, however, in terms of your vote. All right. Are we clear now, David? Okay. All right. So the first thing we have, so that everyone, I'm going to reread the motion again. And that is to direct the Rules and Bylaws Committee to include in the 2028 call to the convention language from the 2024 call regarding the voting of automatic delegates as shown on the screen. Before we vote on that motion, we have to vote on whether to do it by a roll call. So all those in favor of a roll call as opposed to a voice vote, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed to a roll call, please say no.
No.
I believe the noes have it. If anyone wants to be recorded, I will ask for that after we do the voice
I would like that,
vote.
I think that call for division.
Pardon me? You'd call for a division?
Yep.
All right, shall we do that by show of hands? Yeah, all right, we will do a division. All those who want a roll call vote, please raise your hands. Please keep your hands up there until I hear from the parliamentarian that we have a number.
We got two different numbers to keep, but keep it up.
Please keep your hands up because we're going to have to recount.
I got 16 this time.
I got 17.
How many did you have? He's got 18. Yeah, that's what I got the first time. You got 18? I got 18 the first time.
What do you get, right?
I got 18. Let's say 18.
Okay.
Oh. I got 17.
It's on 17.
Oh, and I missed.
I think it's 18.
18.
Okay, so the aye, you can put your hands down now finally. The aye vote is 18. Those opposed, please raise your hand now. So this is opposed to a roll call vote.
I got 20.
You don't have to vote. There are 20 noes.
21.
21 noes. Okay. 21 noes. So it will not be a roll call vote, but I will ask for people to declare for being recorded after we do the voice vote on the main motion, which we're about to do. So the motion, I'm not going to read it again, but it's to direct the RBC to use the 2024 language. All those in favor of the main motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say no. The ayes clearly have it on that. Is there anyone who would like to be, oh, one more. Are there any abstentions?
Did you wish to abstain? Yes. This is the technicality.
Yeah. So there is one abstention. Is there anyone who would like to be specifically recorded on how they voted? All right, so we're going to have to go around and ask you to state how you want to be recorded.
Then it'll be on the record if they'll use their mic.
If you leave your mic open, it'll be on the record. Mr. Chairman, state your name.
Raymond Buckley, I wish to be recorded as supporting the motion to instruct the committee to support the automatic delegate rule that was passed.
David McDonald, Washington, aye.
So you wish to be recorded as a...
Sorry, yes, I understand.
Next person who wants to be recorded, Secretary Ray.
I wish to be recorded as aye.
Next person who wants to be recorded.
Coleman Elridge, aye.
Jane Klebb, I would like to be recorded as aye.
Shasti Conrad, Washington, recorded as aye.
Cristobal Alex is aye. Michael Capp, California, I'd like to be recorded as aye.
Andre Treiber, Texas, aye.
Keith Mumato, aye.
Gary Shea, California, aye.
Stephanie Campaign, New Jersey, aye. I just moved.
Mr. Carnahan, yes.
Russ Carnahan, Missouri, aye.
Jamie Selzer, North Dakota, aye.
Joanne Dowdell, New Hampshire, aye.
Stuart Applebaum, New York, aye.
Derek Devermont, aye. Go Birds.
Lisa Hernandez, Illinois, aye.
Barry Goodman, Michigan, support.
Shad Murab, Colorado, aye.
For the proxy that I am holding for Elaine Kmark, aye.
Proxy I'm holding for Debbie Dingle, aye.
Luis Davila Pernas, Puerto Rico, aye.
Anyone else who wants to be recorded?
Sure. I'm Indira Aguirre, Colorado, aye.
Everyone who wants to be recorded has spoken? Yes. All right, so the motion carries. And
Mr. Chair, point of just personal privilege before I leave here. Let me just, I want to thank this committee. I want to thank you for making history today. This package of reforms is historic, it's transformative, it's inclusive, it helps us rebuild trust with voters, and it gives people, not in this room, but the Democrats around the country watching, and others even not watching, a sense that we listen, that we learn, that we will do better, and that we are open and inclusive. These are truly what you've done tonight, and hopefully what we'll vote on tomorrow will send a message that this is a new Democratic Party. And I am just so thankful to all of you for taking the time over the last few days to have conversations amongst yourselves, with other members, with folks back home, to pass these historic reforms. I have one other bit of good news tonight. You don't have to listen to me anymore. I'm going to take my leave, and I wish you well in the work ahead. I'll see you at the next meeting, of course, and I just thank this body so much. Thank you, Chair Roosevelt. Thank you, Chairwoman Moore. Thank you.
We have one more amendment.
Thank
as
you,
the
Chair
chair
Martin.
exits. Yep.
That concludes the chair's package of amendments. There is one more amendment.
Yep. So we'll give him a chance to. What's the exit?
Go ahead, I think.
Okay, the final amendment for consideration is Amendment 9. It is an amendment to the bylaws that would designate the vice chair of civic engagement and voter participation to be the interim chair on a short-term basis until a new national chair is elected by the full Democratic Committee. This amendment was sponsored by Vice Chairwoman for Civic Engagement and Voter Participation, Rena Walters Morgan. I would ask for a motion to recommend the language in Amendment 9 for adoption, which will allow us to begin the discussion. Is there a motion? Is there a second? The amendment has been properly offered and seconded. Before moving to the debate, Ms. Walters has taken a seat at the table. Would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, I would. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me here today and giving me the opportunity to speak to this body. Amendment 9 seeks to bring clarity, transparency, and fairness to our bylaws and ensure that our rules define critical terms and that temporary successors are elected by the entirety of the DNC and codify long-standing organizational practices. I wanted to share a little bit about my background because I think it's relevant here. Some of you may know me from my work as the former DNC's Voter Protection Director. And what you should know is that no one calls a Voter Protection Director when things are going well. People called me in very stressful times, and my job at the DNC was to identify problems and help fix them. And personally, some of you may know that I lost my husband a little over 2 years ago. He left without a will, and I am still dealing with the aftermath of that. My amendment is an attempt to fix this problem and ensure that the entire DNC has a say in who represents them. I care about the DNC as an institution, and the loopholes and the vagueness in our bylaws are significant at best and catastrophic at worst at a time when the organization would need stability and clarity. Almost all of the state parties and territories have rules that are clear and transparent in case of vacancies, and the DNC's current practice is very much out of step with at least 53 of the 57 state parties and territories. Please take the individuals currently in office out of this consideration because this amendment is not about any one of us. It is about the overall health and stability of our organization, and it is good corporate governance. So I ask for your support for this bylaws amendment.
Thank you, Rena. So the floor is open for debate. Please turn your tents up for those who would like to respond to this amendment. Yvette?
So I'd like to begin, first of all, by asking a question to those of you that were here when we had this situation occur, and the vice chair of Voter Protection and Civic Engagement moved up. I'd like to know exactly how that happened. Was it the decision of the chair when that happened? Has it been standard practice? Has it happened more than once? I'd like to see if there is some type of precedent or history that we can look to understand in context the request that is being made of us. I think that one of the things that has been missing with this committee that I do have some concerns about as we came together, usually when we come together as an RBC, we begin with history. This time we did not. We begin with how we got from there to here. This time we did not. I overheard someone say last night, this is the first time I've heard superdelegates defended, because no one knows the history of superdelegates. We owe it to ourselves. We owe it to the streaming audience and to everyone in this room to understand the history before we vote on this motion, and to understand why this particular chair was elevated in the first place, so that we are not just thinking that someone just got up one day and decided that this was to be. So I think we need to take a moment for those of us, for those that are new, those of us that may have forgotten, but we owe it to ourselves to hear the history. Now there's someone in this room, several people in this room, who can speak to the history that I think
you owe it to us to share with us. So there you go.
Chair Brazil, did you? First of all, I was looking for the woman I succeeded, Lottie Shackelford. There's been a tradition within our party for well over 30 years, since the 1980s, that the so-called of the elected vice chairs elected by the entire DNC, that the first vice chair, while it may not have been placed that in the charter or the bylaws, clearly wasn't, the first vice chair, and it was a compromise. It was something that many people fought for. But the first vice chair would be that vice chair who was designated also to have the title of, and I changed the title of voter protection and civic engagement from the initial title that Lottie had, which included voter registration, because we all knew some things had changed. I became chair twice. As a result of Tim Kaine decision to step down to run for the United States Senate. He was governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and I stepped up then, and I stepped up once more in July of 2016 at the Democratic Convention in Philadelphia, when Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, stepped down and I became chair. The difference between those two engagements, that in May, I immediately called a meeting. We had some holidays and some other issues, and I consulted with not only the White House at the time, but the fellow officers, and we determined that at the time that the president and vice president wanted to submit someone for election, and I proceeded to call an election, and Debbie Wasserman Schultz was elected chair. After following the DNC meeting in July, we all met as a committee, and I believe I consulted with Jim and David and a number of others. I made the determination that I would continue in that role. I had been elected chair, but I wanted to be called interim chair because I had no desire whatsoever to be a 4-year chair. I wanted to get the hell out of that seat as fast as I possibly could. I couldn't wait. I was running. But the bottom line is, this has been a tradition. Now, we never codified it. It was a tradition. And there's a lot of politics in the tradition. And I assume that everyone understood that, and the politics was well known, but clearly it was not. And because of that, we're having this conversation now. I want to lend my voice to those who believe that any one of us who are elected vice chair during that period of time, any one of us could well qualified to serve in the capacity of chair if something happens. But the tradition was the tradition. But I also believe, and please, Mian will never allow me to get ahead of myself, and Bishop Daughtry will never even allow me to cuss in an open meeting. There's no question that there was a lot of politics the first time I became interim chair, and there was a lot of politics, but not as much when I was the interim chair. Everyone understood that following the election, we would have, followed the 2016 election, we would have a conversation after our first winter meeting. So the first I heard of this was several weeks ago when Lottie Shackelford called me to make sure that she understood what was happening and some of the background. Yvette, are you still making more? Okay, so we have Bishop Daughtry and Mr. Coleman.
And Barry Goodman.
And Barry Goodman. And Frank.
Thank you.
And
I want to step in as Yvette referenced. I'm someone with a little history with this. As many of you know, I started at the DNC in 1989 with Ron Brown as chair. I've served Chairman McAuliffe, Chairman Dean, Chairman Perez. I did not serve when we had the White House. I was in administration. In every case, for McAuliffe and Dean, I was chief of staff. And so it fell my job to brief the chair on the traditions of the DNC, perhaps uncodified. I was also chair of Chairman Perez's transition, so I briefed him as well. And in every instance, the tradition has been that the vice chair for voter registration and civic participation, which was Lottie, during Chairman Brown's tenure, and every successive vice chair for voter engagement and civic participation was the designated successor. Uncodified, and so I appreciate that the attempt to codify what has become tradition over the last 30, almost 40 years. We never had to implement it until the instances that Donna has referenced, and so she had to step up after Chairman Kane resigned, and after I also briefed Chairman Kane. I forgot about him in terms of briefing him on the tradition. And so that's the history, is what we've always done. It wasn't written down anywhere, and there's always a problem when you don't write stuff down. And then it's subject to interpretation. So I agree with the sentiment of codifying what our intent is. And as Donna said, all of the vice chairs that we elect, I think, are qualified and could certainly serve in an interim capacity. And for me, the biggest point here is let's write it down, let's codify it, whatever it is we want, so that we're not relying on my memory or being present, or any of us being present and remembering what the tradition was. These oral traditions we have to pass down and write down in order to capture them. And so to my sister Yvette, that's the history that I have personally been in the room for and have shared with chairs as they come on board.
thank you, Mayor. Coleman? Oh, you changed your mind? Okay, Barry, are you still up? Okay.
I understand the history, but I think that we've had several members over the last few days talk about history may not be what we do now, because that's past. We're looking forward. I think that Member Walters Morgan would be a phenomenal chair if, God forbid, something happened to Kent. I also think there's 4 other vice chairs that would also be phenomenal. Member Conrad, Member Plibb, they both were party chairs of their own state party. They know how this is run. They've been here a while. When you say nothing's been written down, Bylaw Article 2, Section 12B exactly is written down. And it says, in that one, by the time of the next DNC meeting, first I go back to Article 3, Section 1, in the Charter, that provides for the election or appointment of a chairperson, 5 vice chairpersons, one of whom should be the president of ASDC. So you have these 5 that we currently have, and Article 2 of the Bylaws, Section 12B, gives the chair the ability to choose from 5 very credible, very, able to do this job and step in if, God forbid, it happens. I don't know that the history has ever been that the chair made a choice, and they might have chosen the voter protection vice chair, but we have nothing about their thought process as to whether or not that was the right choice for them. Not that that was the only choice for them. And I don't think we should step in and try to historically create something that really never existed when we have Article 2, Section 12B, which I believe should stay. No, again, disrespect to Raina, who I don't know that well, but from what I do know, I'm taken aback by her qualities and her abilities. But I also know Jane. I also have met Shasti. I can just see that any of them have those qualities, and I don't believe we should change the bylaw, Article 2, Section 12B, in any way, shape, or form.
If I may, Barry, I would just say that I was asked to speak to the history, which is what I did. I would also say that this particular phrase in the bylaws is what previous chairs also had to deal with in terms of this language. So this is when I'm not arguing that this language or that any of the chairs did not abide by the language. What I'm saying is that as they read this language, the ultimate decision that they made was to use the vice chair for civic engagement and voter participation as the designated successor. That is what every chair has done. Not because they were constrained to do it, made to do it, or they were operating in accordance with this bylaws language that allows them to choose. And choose they did, and what they did, they made their choice in accordance with what the tradition has become. That's what I'm saying. Nobody said you have to, this is your pool, blah, 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 blah. This was the language. They had to abide by the language to be in accordance with the bylaws, and the choice that they made was in keeping with tradition.
I also believe that the chairs that I served with and the chairs I also had a direct role understood that. It was an understanding when he ran for chair, when he served as chair, that this was the tradition. Now, we might be telling you something that looked like it's old news and don't apply to what we're doing now, but I just want us to know that the tradition is, as many of you know, especially in the political framework, it is how we have conducted our politics with regards to this position. Again, we're making a statement. In the best of all worlds, I wish I could have come up with some language that could have clarified this so that we were not talking about any of this right now. And I know Raina must feel you're in a very difficult position. I don't think you ran as vice chair for voter protection and civic engagement because you saw yourself as, well, this is my step up to being chair. I mean, many of us who serve in that capacity for the same reason why Raina wanted to run. Because she has been fighting for voting rights. She has been fighting to ensure that people who are purged and people who are denied the right to vote, she had a reason why she wanted to run. Just like some of you other vice chairs. Y'all know why y'all wanted to run. Jason know why he wanted to be secretary. We all know when we step up and run for these positions, and I know for a fact, and I don't think I've ever stated this on the record, that when I was vice chair the first time, I damn well knew that if something happened to my good friend, the governor at that point of Virginia, that I had to be prepared to step up, which meant I had to give up everything I was currently doing. I took a semester off from teaching. Not once, the only other time I took a semester off is when I became chair again, because I knew that was my responsibility as the vice chair for voter protection and civic engagement.
So not everybody seek this position because they want to be vice chair. They seek in a position that they know carry great responsibility. Because you do get those phone calls, the purging, the lawsuits. And luckily we did have in Raina as a staff person, now as our vice chair, somebody with a legal background and the ability to understand these issues, especially now. But we've had 78 laws enacted in 30 states over the last couple of years. And many of y'all probably don't know that because you don't think that way, but Raina knows that. So I just want to make sure, no matter how we decide this today, we think through how we uphold the tradition, and if we want to give all of the vice chairs responsibilities, make all the vice chairs, we already got Jane has a responsibility. She has a responsibility. She's the vice chair for the ASDC, all of our state chairs. State party chairs, you all elected her. And you all gave her great weight to be your voice as an officer of the DNC. But so did we give Raina that same responsibility as a body to be our voice on these matters as well.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Leah and Donna, for the history, and I'm sure you will have people coming up to you asking you for more history, because I actually have some history, but I'm going to abstain from that because I think Leah and Donna have said enough about the history. But if okay.
Just because I don't remember, because it was a long time ago, but when Deborah Lee became chair, when David Wilhelm stepped down, was she the vice chair for voter protection? It wasn't called that then, but I just don't remember.
I was there. No, it was not.
She was not.
It was made by the White House. Yeah. She was named by the White House, yes.
Gotcha.
Yes. Because she was the general chair and David was the, vice chair, but yeah. Oh, that's right, because that didn't come till Don and Don. Miss Lottie. Miss Lottie, do you have history or you, because I want to recognize the rest of the committee and then we will definitely recognize you as an esteemed body. And congratulations to passing the torch. Yeah. Okay, let me go ahead and get Frank and Andre and Joanne. And Carol, did you get your question answered? Or did you want, okay. So why don't we go ahead with Frank?
Yeah, Frank Leone, D.C. I really do appreciate all that history, and it just sort of fills in the details from my understanding, which was always supposed to be the vice chair for civic engagement and voter participation. I didn't actually realize that that wasn't a requirement until this issue came up. Mm-hmm. But that is a special vice chair position. It's the one we elect first. It's the one that has a specific portfolio. And I think what this amendment does is clarify, changes the language of that's written, but it changes the language to bring the language of our agreement in conformance with our practice over 40 years. So I would support the amendment.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Andre?
Hi, Andre Washington from the great state of Ohio, and this is my first meeting. I want to first start by saying my condolences. I did not know you lost your husband, so my condolences to you for that. The distinguished gentleman down here, I apologize. That was the question that I had because I'm from the labor movement, and when we start talking about tradition or past practice does not supersede clear contract language, and this language was clear to me. But, Bishop, you answered the question that I had down here on this end. You answered the question for me. I do want to just make a small comment since I am new at this. My grandmother used to say, time brings about a change. You either change with time or time will change you, but time brings about a change. And this is a change. But personally, I just need some more information on the other vice presidents. I need to know, because I heard that this may exclude the ASDC president. I'm hearing all these different rumors as I go from room to room to room, and we talked about this. Right now, and I'm just going to keep it real, folks, I don't think I can support this now. But, like my grandma would say, time brings about a change. So I don't mind looking at this. But right now, there's just too many questions out there. And I know y'all been getting the same questions and the same comments that I've been hearing about this proposal. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you for asking the question. Bishop, thank you for answering the question for me. And that's where I stand. Thank you.
Great. And Joanne, and then we have, okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gotcha.
Joanne Dowdell, New Hampshire. A lot of my questions have been answered, but I think where I am challenged is in understanding that there's really a choice, and should the body, or if it's the chair who's making the appointment, have the ability to choose and not be driven to select a particular person. And that, to me, giving, whether it's a hiring committee or whatever, this is, to me, is something that's broader than just this proposal, and it's succession planning. And is that what we should be doing instead of just sort of a one-off?
That is an observation and a statement. So I think we have Derek.
Thank you. I'm new to this committee and apparently to microphones. So I don't know much of the tradition, but I'm one of what I'm assuming is too many lawyers on this committee. And changes in leadership, I'm looking at you, changes in leadership are times of upheaval and times of instability. And when you have times of instability, at least what I believe, is you want clarity and process. You want continuity, because what those provide is reliability. Now, if you have a chair that is moving aside and there's a selection that's going to be made, you're going to have a jump in politics. You're going to have an increase in pressure, and you're going to have some instability in a situation which is already unstable. So, in my mind, the question then goes, so which are the vice chairs? And if that's answered by an already set in tradition, maybe that's not a bad choice. That's all.
Folks in the queue, Ms. Lottie, we just want to make sure you're not being disrespected here. We have to recognize the body first, but we know you are one of our esteemed caucus members, so please give us patience. We have Michael. I'm just going to call out your names, and if you, please listen for when the next speaker, unless we have to comment. We have Michael, Raymond, Wendy, Coleman, Carol, Shad, and Barry. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Michael Kapp from California. I deeply appreciate all the work of Vice Chair Walters Morgan. I was and am proud to have endorsed you and to have campaigned for you for this position. And for the record, everything I'm about to say, I already shared with her previously, so there's no surprises here. I understand the tradition, but I think we'd be very hard-pressed to find a single DNC member elected in the last 2 to 3 terms who believes that any vice chair is higher ranked than another. I believe that nearly all DNC members elected in this time period would say that the vice chair of civic engagement and voter participation is identical in every single way to the 3 other at-large vice chairs, except for the fact that they have a defined portfolio. I'm very concerned that none of the candidates who ran for civic engagement and voter participation ran with the understanding that if the chair is vacated, that they would serve as interim chair. I believe had they known that information, we would have had different candidates running for that position. And speaking as a voter in this race, and as someone who asked all the officer candidates tough questions, I did not cast my ballot back on February 1st fully informed that the Vice Chair of Civic Engagement and Voter Participation could possibly serve as interim chair. I would have asked other questions. I don't know any other DNC member who have asked these would-be pertinent questions to the Vice Chair of Civic Engagement candidates either. Further, Ken Martin and all the other chair candidates ran under the assumption that they would choose their interim chair as per the bylaws. I think that this DNC chair has willingly and enthusiastically given up a tremendous amount of power. And considering all that, I'm not sure why this body would take away this choice. The DNC's bylaws are clear that the ASDC president is an equal and valued vice chair to all the others. This amendment, I feel, would inject unnecessary inequities between our officers. That creates a slippery slope for division that could lead to discord and the erosion of the legitimacy of the ASDC. And I believe that the bylaws already provide clarity on succession. We've operated for decades with the chair selecting their interim chair. I love Vice Chair Walters Morgan. She knows that and all the work that she's done. But as she said, we need to take the people out of this discussion. So for all those reasons, I ask this committee to reject this amendment. Thank you.
Is it possible to make a clarifying response, please?
Yes, please.
I would like to correct one thing that you noted, because the Civic Engagement Vice Chair is actually treated differently in the way that they are elected by this body. If you look at the rules adopted by the Rules and Bylaws Committee, which have been in place since, I understand, 1988, 1989, the Civic Engagement and Voter Participation Vice Chair is elected first. And any person who is unsuccessful in their bid for civic engagement and voter participation is allowed to be automatically considered in the general vice chair positions. This is the only election where that happens, and we did note that we thought that was significant in understanding the history, the context, and why we noted civic engagement in the order that we did.
I agree, and I appreciate that. I don't believe that that necessarily means that the Vice Chair of Civic Engagement and Voter Participation is unequal to any of the other Vice Chair positions. Thank you.
Raymond, let's.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have several unconnected points. There have been 3 times where in the recent past we have had a national chair and a general chair. This would force I believe that the general chair was the person who operated functionally as the chair for our charters and the national chair, but we elected both of them. This would force, should something happen to the general chair, that we skip over the national chair that we elected, to then give the vote for another person, the vice chair for civic engagement. I served as vice chair when Donna was serving as the vice chair for civic engagement and had to serve as interim chair. The second time, I guess I find it offensive because I was serving as president of the ASDC. Should something have happened to Donna that I was not to be considered, but other people, I'm not going to bring up their names, who were serving as vice chair that were picked, would be allowed to be chair, but I was not. Even though I had spent years on the DNC, had been elected to my state committee at age 18. I'd given my life to this party, but I was disqualified. But somebody who was named by a staff person at the White House, who, when she got nominated on the night of the inauguration, the next morning she sat next to me on the podium and she asked, "What is this?" And I said, "This is the Democratic National Committee." "Oh, what do you do?" But that person is qualified to be chair if something had happened, but I was not. I think the fact that item C specifically disqualifies the president of the Association of State Chairs, the vice chair. I considered myself as Donna's partner during that time. It was a terrible time. It wasn't some of those other vice chairs that were sitting in the office with Donna or taking her calls every night or working with her. It was me. And to be told that I somehow was not qualified to be able to be considered. Now, listen, I don't know if Ken Martin has put someone's name on that list. I haven't seen any letter. I haven't heard of any letter. I don't know who he has chosen. And it could very well be Raina. I don't know. But when it gets to specifically disqualifying a vice chair, because, you know, when I got elected president of the ACC, I walked from that room into the ballroom, and what was the first thing I had to do? I had to sign my life away to be as a member of the corporation. So there was I was no lesser vice chair when I had to say my name went on all of the notes, all of the loans, all of that. I was certainly qualified to be on there for millions of dollars worth of debt, but I couldn't be considered to be chair. I think this opened up a good question. I think that we should be thinking about that. Should we elect, or should we formally create a deputy chair position where we elect that person? And then we can find a way of, if something happened. I have to tell you, every day in 2016, I woke up scared for Donna Brazil. And I thought about what was going to happen if something would happen. And I would argue that I should have been considered as the interim above some of the other people that a staffer at the White House had chosen who didn't even know what the hell they were the vice chair of. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to the next person, we know there's a lot of passion around this amendment, and we want to be respectful, but we're going to ask that you limit your comments to about 1 minute so that we can get everybody in, and we want to make sure that we hear everybody, be fair to the amendment. So thank you. And I think the next person in queue is Wendy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say that, like Frank, my understanding was it was the named vice chair who would be an interim, and so that was, my mistake. But because I had seen that tradition, and I didn't realize that was not the case until I saw this amendment. Agreeing with Derek, stability is very important. Thinking about a will, my understanding is there's some letter, somebody mentioned a letter, that the chair writes a letter and sticks it in a drawer somewhere. Maybe I've seen too many movies, but that doesn't feel like transparency. And whether we do it tonight or whether we vow to do it for our next meeting, the members of this organization deserve to know what the succession plan is. Okay, all right. We have had a situation where our chair was killed in a plane crash.
Ron Brown.
Ron Brown. Y'all know that?
It was secretary.
Sorry. I'm mixing that up. But the point is, anything can happen. We don't want it to happen. None of us want it to happen. But I don't want to have to go, was that the letter? do we know that was the letter? And I think we have a right to know what the secession is. And whether we figure it out for later and stick with what we have now, it's up for debate. But I think that we have a right to know. It shouldn't be some big mystery that people are gabbing about.
Coleman?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will honor the 1 minute, especially because we do have very important guests to provide further history. And I do want to be clear that I do appreciate the history, regardless of what may be felt. I think the history of this body is important. The history of our practice is important, but also doing things the right way is important. It is important for us to do things the right way because so often when things aren't done the right way, it has also been practiced that it is easy for folks to come behind us and take because we did not do things in accordance to doing things the right way. And I say that because I think there are some questions around, for instance, whether or not, I have questions, for instance, around Section C, whether or not that is a bylaw change or, for instance, something greater that may need to be considered down the road, if that is going to be something this body may need to act on. I'm not clear, and like Brother Washington said, I think there's some ambiguity around whether or not we can or should act on it right now. I will conclude, though, by saying this. And it has been said, but I want to just reaffirm this, that we voted on our leadership based on an understanding. I think it was very clear on how we voted on our chair, our vice chairs, the understanding on the chair of this party being able to pick his successor. We have just voted on a package where we affirmed this chair's authority. And I think we should affirm our trust in our chair at least this evening, as we have throughout this this meeting so far. And if that should change for future chairs, that may be a conversation for this body to take at another time. But I would urge this body at this time to just take a beat. And with that, I'll turn the floor back over.
Carol? Okay. Chad?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chair Eldridge, for those comments. You made my comments much shorter because I agree with everything you said there. I also want to thank Vice Chair Walters Morgan for forcing us to have this conversation. I think it's good. I think this is a healthy debate for the party to be having and something that is valuable for us to start thinking through as we continue to professionalize the organization and answer.
Yes, David, does he want to go after this?
For many thoughts. What I do want to say is that my view of this is a political amendment is that it simply undermines the reason why we voted for Chair Martin in this past election, without knowledge of this new rule being part of the equation for the other positions. Our charter recognizes clearly that there are multiple vice chairs, and it doesn't prescribe any superiority among them. And what this amendment does is upends that, and it prescribes a hierarchy that we have not contemplated in a previous election. And as Chair Eldridge said, it might be something that's really valuable for us to consider as we look towards 2029 and beyond. But in terms of this chair and the wisdom that we knew he carried to be able to win his position, we did under the auspice of him having that wisdom to choose a successor that can carry us to success and to victory. That doesn't mean that the vice chair of civic engagement or voter participation is not a capable potential DNC chair in the unfortunate event that there would be a vacancy, or that the ASDC chair or any of the other or the other vice chairs aren't either. I just don't think that at this time, at the very beginning of this chair's term, should we be contemplating a new hierarchy system that implies he'll be vacating anytime soon, or that implies that we have superiority among vice chairs that we haven't contemplated before, and that actually are in direct violation and contradiction of the charter, which doesn't do that. And so I'm not supportive of this amendment for that reason, but as Chair Eldridge said, I think that there's value in considering it in the future, and I would hope that maybe there's appetite for a committee or a plan to think about succession, and a group of folks from this body and maybe outside of it to participate in that and have an answer for the DNC and for our voters across the country. But I don't think this is the time to do it. If that's appropriate, I would offer a motion to table.
So we have a motion on the floor. All in favor of tabling, even though we still have
Madam Chair,
we still have a few more people.
I'm not debating. Madam Chair, sorry.
Yes. Okay.
Can I understand what we are doing and what the effect of passing this would be? Because I think it is actually unclear right now what our existing documents mean. I was approached at least once and maybe more times that actually the existing documents say that this has to be one of the elected vice chairs and not one of the 5 chairs, one of whom is not elected by us. I assume that there is a counter argument that we're hearing that it means that it could be one of the 5. And so I want to know if the effect of passing a motion to table, if it passed, would be to say, let's create the uncertainty that my colleague, Mr. Devermont, was saying we should avoid in a time of chaos by leaving an open question, or whether we are all in agreement as to what is the situation if we pass this. And I'm not, I may sound like it, I'm not actually debating it. I just want to know what the hell it means if we vote yes or no on this.
Yeah. And so I'm going to ask our parliamentarian to weigh in here on this particular, because he just asked for a motion.
The gentleman to my right made a motion to table. So far, that motion has not received a second. Under Robert, the motion to table, when it is made as a motion to kill, which is the only conceivable way it could be used in this context, is out of order, because Robert does not permit the legislative use of the motion to table. If the gentleman would prefer to refer this, or if the gentleman might choose to move to, there are other motions that might accomplish the same thing, or the committee can choose to vote yes or no on this amendment. Committee could choose, in theory, to further modify it. I would recommend that the committee not change the precedent out of Robert that the motion to table cannot be used at this point in time.
In that case, I would move, Madam Parliamentarian, if appropriate, to refer it to a reform committee that has been previously discussed to consider this item.
Again, Madam Chair, I'm still trying to find out what it means to do nothing. That is the question I ask, and I have not yet heard an answer.
I'm sorry, David, can you repeat your question?
Yeah, my question is, what does it mean to do nothing having had this issue raised? Are we leaving an ambiguous situation, or do we all agree what the present requirements are? And I thought that's what you were referring to, Helen, to discuss, and I just haven't heard an answer, because before I even vote to commit, I need to know if that means I'm creating a possible chaotic situation, or whether we are leaving something we all agree means, and it's clear. And I just think we need to know the answer to that before we talk about let's all go to dinner. So.
Jim has something he wants to say.
So I'm going to suggest that we turn to our legal counsel on that question, because by doing nothing, in other words, not passing this motion, not passing it, I'm not saying whether it's defeated or not, but not passing it, we leave the existing bylaw in place. Bylaw that we've lived with for 20 years or something like that. And I'm going to ask our legal counsel if it's correct that that's where we would stand.
That's right. If the motion is not adopted, then we revert to the initial bylaws language, the language that's currently in our bylaws.
And what would that mean? This amendment raises two questions, one of which is, do you have to be an elected vice chair to be a designated chair, or do you not? And then it also raises the possible order of succession. I want to know what the situation is with respect to the one issue of, do you have to be, is the chair's choice among elected vice chairs, or is it among whoever gets created as the vice chair, including if the chairman uses the remaining part of 12B and simply appoints a vice chair, which I think legally he can do under the clause other appropriate officers, and not have that person be elected by anybody. I just need to know whether we are deciding to quit early instead of addressing a problem. And if we don't do this, I think we ought to separate the question, answer the elected vice chair, and then maybe we can refer the order of succession if everybody wants to do it. But let's get clear who's eligible for the position, in my view. Thank you.
Point of order.
I'm sorry, what?
Point of order.
Okay, yeah.
Has there been a second to the motion to refer?
Yes, I heard Michael.
So we have a motion.
So the concept of elected vice chair is in the proposal that we're currently discussing. Well, that is a new qualification that did not exist before.
So, Mr. Chairman, do we discuss that, or do we just do an up and down vote? So the motion to refer, do we discuss that, or is that just it? I'm just trying to understand. Like David, I'm confused too at this point.
We can just vote it up or down.
Madam Chair, if I may.
It is a debatable motion. We can discuss it.
Okay.
We can vote it up and down.
So I guess my question, well, David, why don't you go ahead? Go ahead.
I did not mean to interrupt the order of debate that had been previously set and take away other people's chance to speak. I merely at that point wanted to be clear. I will say when it gets back around to me, I do have a proposed amendment that staff has that would separate these two questions for debate, but I'm not coming in out of order. There were other people in the queue and they deserve to be heard first. God knows I've spoken more than once tonight.
Chad, did you have something else you want to say?
Sure, and to my friend from Washington, I think way that I view it is Article 1, Section 1F stipulates 5 chairpersons, one of whom shall be the president of the Association of State Democratic Committees, and one of whom shall be the vice chair for civic engagement and voter participation, a treasurer, a secretary, a national finance chair, and the others. And then when you go to the proposed language that we're changing for succession, it says, by the time of the next DNC meeting following their election, the chairperson shall designate a vice chair who will have authority to act as chairperson. And so my motion to refer to the Reform Committee, I think, would be under the auspice that all vice chairs are vice chairs equally. And I'd like them to stipulate and have a conversation around, if we are going to establish a hierarchy of vice chairs, I'd like a little bit more thought and collaboration on that, and would refer a committee to consider that.
Madam Chair. Well, I hear what you're saying, and I was on board with that, except the chair himself said something tonight, and I wrote it down because it caught my attention, and I had not heard him delineate things that way. You just said 5 vice chairs, one of whom should be the chair of the Association of State Democratic Committees, right? You just read that. The chair said tonight, and his exact words were, the ASDC chair is elected by a separate body. He did not say elected by the DNC. He said it's elected by a separate body. The chair said that, and I had not heard that before. I did not make that connection. That came out of the chair's mouth tonight, and I wrote it down. So now what does that say about the vice chairs that are elected by the DNC that you referenced, and then the one that the chair himself clearly said elected by a separate body? And listen, I'm a former state party chair. I'm ASDC all the way. And, you know, I still want to go to the ASDC parties and be part of the ASD family. But the chair himself used those words. And when he said that, and Jane, I'm sure you can address this, but when he said that, I wrote it down. And in thinking about the conversations that I've heard, we all got to vote for Raina. We all didn't get to vote for Jane. And that's where my confusion comes. So help me understand. I'm not making a determination one way or the other, but when the chair said that tonight, it struck me, and he has not been that specific in what he said before in delineating or separating out the ASDC chair vice president from the other vice president. So help me with that.
So may I address a point of order?
Jane?
I just want to address a point of order here. So when you look at the language in our charter and bylaws, right, not something that Ken said, which we don't know and can't ask for clarification, but the language of our charter and bylaws, there are several areas which I have flagged. I'm happy to go through them all. So Article 3, Section 1 is the first time we see the discussion of vice chairs, and it says 5 vice chairpersons, one whom shall be the president of the Association of State Democratic Committees, and one whom shall be the vice chairperson of civic engagement and voter participation, and then it goes on. The next time we talk about vice chairs is Article 5. This is in our charter, okay? This is in our charter. Is Article 5, Section 2. It talks about the officers being the national chairperson and the 5 chairpersons. The next time we talk about vice chairs is also in our charter in Section 3, where it talks, the first time it talks about, it actually has language that says the next highest ranking officer, but nowhere in our charter and bylaws does it actually delineate a ranking of officers. And then if you continue into our bylaws now, which this is a bylaw change, and so I just want to give a point of order that it would actually have to be a charter change, because the language in our charter does equal vice chair delineations. And so this can't be a bylaw change, it would have to be a charter change, because it's changing the language of our charter in the delineation and designation of vice chairs. If that's something that we want to do, we should discuss that and refer it to the proper body to do it. But this bylaw would be out of order. So bylaw Article 2 also describes the five vice chairpersons, and again repeats the language in our charter that it's 5 vice chairpersons, one whom shall be the president of the Association of State Democratic Committees, one whom shall be the vice chair of civic engagement, and so on. And then the final bylaw, which we are talking about, is where if something happens to our chair, what would then happen? And right now, the bylaw makes it very clear that the chair can choose among those 5 vice chairs. And so we have a current bylaw to deal with the situation. Okay, so that's a point of order. I'll leave it there. I made sure that you understand, that everybody on this committee and folks who are watching understand there is no hierarchy in our charter and bylaws of vice chairs.
I have a preliminary inquiry. We have a motion to refer on the table right now. Isn't it that we can only debate the motion and not the underlying issue? So we should either debate whether we're going to refer it or not refer it, but we shouldn't be debating the underlying amendment, if I understand my rules correctly.
So we have called the question. This was the debate phase, but it has turned into a charter discussion. So if we want to go straight to the vote that Chad just offered, we can do that right now. And do you want to repeat, Chad?
Madam,
I do.
Madam Chair, I do not have an answer yet as to what this means, and I would at least appreciate the opportunity to explain why I think there's an ambiguity. I made my living on these kinds of ambiguities, and I hear a lot of stuff around here that everything is clear, and maybe it's clear to everybody, but it's not just that the chairman himself may have created the ambiguity tonight in his comments, but as I understand the history, we have a charter which still says there will be 5 vice chairpersons. Most of our history, one of those vice chairpersons turned out to be the ASDC chairperson. They stood for election, they got elected, maybe it was by tradition, maybe it was by smart politicking, and then at some point, a decision was made, I assume, on the suggestion of the ASDC, that maybe we shouldn't have to stand for election, maybe we should just be effectively appointed in. And the question was the vice chairpersonship that they decided to be appointed to one of the 5 vice chairpersonships that were contemplated by the section on designation at the time the section on designation was passed. And so there is an argument as to what vice chair means in connection with this. And the worst possible time to have that argument is if the chairperson himself is not here to do it. And that's why I want to know whether we are just kidding ourselves that this is all clear, or whether when we're in the middle of a general election campaign like Donna was in, and the Republicans hire a lawyer and somebody to file a challenge, we spend a lot of time in court.
Isn't that out of order, and doesn't it provide the ambiguity, provide more reason to refer?
Madam Chair? Madam Chair, may I? Thank you. David, that's exactly, I think your question is a good one, but I think whether the chair himself created ambiguity this evening or not, the rule stands above whatever the chair's intention is there. And by a plain reading of the bylaws, all vice chairs are considered equal. And in the duties and responsibilities of the chairperson, it clearly articulates that they will have the opportunity to designate a vice chair. And so under current bylaws, to answer your question, it's pretty clear that it doesn't say a vice chair elected by this body of the DNC or the ASDC. And if it should, I think that further indicates the need to table this and refer it to the Reform Committee. And I think that's an appropriate venue for that conversation. And I don't know what the answer that's correct or not is. I would trust the wisdom of that group. But I think that question is exactly the purpose of why I think that this needs to be moved to that committee for discussion to bring back to us.
I might be wrong, but I believe we have counsel. Okay, I'm sorry.
Before you go there, Jim is going to make a point of clarification right quick, so we'll all understand where we are, since everybody...
We have a motion to refer, and we have a motion to call the question. Both have been seconded and all of that. My understanding is that we should now go to a vote on calling the question. If that passes, then we'll vote on the motion to refer. If not, we'll have more of this discussion.
That's right.
So,
Call the question.
the question has been called. All those in calling the question cuts off debate at this point. All those in favor of calling the question, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. I believe the ayes have it.
Two-thirds? Two-thirds?
Oh, good point. It's
Two-thirds.
two-thirds. I'm going to ask for that vote again, and we'll see, because I didn't have that
And we
in mind.
might have
as
to
I
do a
listened.
hand raise on that one, but go ahead.
So we're going to vote again on calling the question. All those in favor of calling the question say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. I believe there was two-thirds aye. Yeah. All right. That brings us to voting on the motion to refer.
Chairman, point of order. I'm also I've been trying to get attention to, I'm also a member of this. I want to ask too. Can I ask a question? Is that okay? Point of order. I have a point of order. I've been trying to get my attention.
Raymond?
Okay.
You will be called on.
Okay, this says in here, I'm looking back at C. It says the section shall be the first, second, and third general vice chairs as determined by the order of the election. What does that mean? Because when we get the letter from the White House on the night before, and I hope that we're going to be getting a letter, it lists those names, and they're all voted as one, and they're all unanimous. So someone want to tell me who was the first, second, and third? Is it because they were in alphabetical order on the typed list?
Mr. Chairman, those are perfectly legitimate questions to be discussed if we're having discussion. But what we have is a calling of the question to vote on whether to refer this motion.
May I have a point of order? I want to be clear. I wasn't sure whether the motion to cut off debate was on the motion to commit or on the other motions that had come up during the discussion. And if it was to cut off debate, then I understand that. Cut off debate on the motion to commit. I understand that, but I would at least invite the maker or the co-chairs to ask when this committee, if it's committed to something, is supposed to report back, who it's going to be and when it's supposed to report back, because otherwise it ends up being, I believe, effectively a motion to kill it, which the parliamentarian has said we are out of order to consider.
But since no vote has been taken, we don't know if it's a motion to kill it. You still have the right to vote.
What I'm asking is if it passed and we haven't set a time to come back, is it effectively a motion basically a motion to lay on the table forever, which he said is out of order. That's the point of order I'm trying to clarify. I'm not trying to debate it, and I apologize for getting a little heated with Chairman Buckley with respect to that. I just want to keep clear what we're doing. Thank you.
Yes. So Frank, we will have Helen answer her own suggestion. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, what I heard the gentleman to my right say was that he wished to refer this amendment to the Reform committee that the chair mentioned he was forming. Now, and that reform, the chair has said in this meeting, as well as in others, that he was setting up a task force to review the...
One meeting, I apologize, but we need one meeting, so
Yeah.
you can see this is very important.
So if the gentleman would repeat what he called that committee.
So I'm going to say that it's not a motion to kill because it's going to a committee that is reporting back to this committee, to the chair, and then potentially to this committee, but it doesn't kill it because it does have a reporting path.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of clarification. Andre Washington, I just want to point out, because I'm hearing a lot of chatter, I'm ear hustling behind me, and people want to know what exactly is this reform committee that's not established yet, so they want to know, would this just kill it, the reform committee, if Chair Martin never really puts together a reform committee?
So there's no way to answer that right now because we don't know what the reform committee will do. But the vote now is the vote on the motion to refer this to the reform committee. Okay? So if you don't want it to go to the reform committee, you can vote no. If you do want it to go to the reform, but first we have to vote on the did we vote on the
Point of order or information?
To refer. That's correct. Yeah. So the question
Madam
was
Chair,
called.
Mr. Chair.
Now we have to vote on the motion to refer.
Point of order.
Yes.
What are we referring it to? And is the committee that we're referring it to the committee that Madam Chair referenced at the beginning of this meeting?
Yes.
Or is there another committee that Chair Martin is doing?
We're talking about the one that
The one that you referred to at the beginning of this meeting is where we are referring to.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That's right.
So a subcommittee of this committee?
That's correct.
For which you are seeking volunteers?
What you say? That's the one
I
that
said for which you are seeking volunteers.
Yes.
You might not have any after this.
Let's just clarify.
Hold on.
Yes. One meeting, please.
Hold on.
Let's just clarify with the maker of the motion.
Yes.
Who is it to refer to?
Is to the committee that was referred to previously in this meeting already.
Okay. That, and I can go back, if I need to go back to that language, I am happy to do so. It was at the front.
I'm being told it's also called a working group.
Which will report back here.
So, as I stated at the beginning, Jim and I plan to appoint a small informal working group to take a look at charter and bylaws and to draft any recommendations for consideration and discussion by this committee. If you are interested in being a part of the small informal group, please see Jim, Sham, or myself as soon as possible.
And that's what you had in mind? That's within the context of what has been before this?
Yes, sir.
All right. So all those in favor of referral to that small committee, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. That's definitely two-thirds.
I think we should.
Okay, so that's where it's going.
Okay, so is it over?
People on that small committee.
Okay. We don't?
I think so. I will go.
That's it. So, thank you, Vice Chair.
Oh, they are pissed. But we should ask, should we ask?
I don't think you can at this point. I mean, if she wants to, no, she should talk at the reform committee.
Are we adjourned or should I move to adjourn?
So let me say
Please.
that we have completed our business. There's something that we omitted, which is hearing from Ms. Shackelford. I'm going to ask her to speak to the Reform Committee, and then this will all undoubtedly end up back here again.
And I also want to just say, I think with great intent, Ms. Walters brought this to the committee. I do not believe that there was any real intent around this particular amendment. But I also think the thoughtfulness by which you all are raising all the right questions, and the fact that it has been referred, please don't ever think that any committee that Jim and I preside over is going to be fluff. It will be taken very seriously. This is a very serious issue, and we respect the history, we respect the tradition, but we also respect the future. So thank you, Ms. Walters, for this vigorous debate. Thank you for offering. But we do have to adjourn properly.
So, are there any questions from the Rules and Bylaws Committee about where we stand right now? You can be happy or unhappy, but do you understand where we are? Yes, Ms. Brazil.
First of all, I want to thank the co-chairs and join with them in thanking Vice Chair Reyna's, as well as the other vice chairs who are, and other officers who are on this committee. I can only imagine what you all are thinking as we're having this conversation. And let me just assure you all that Ken is in good shape. I've checked him. He's strong. He is resilient. And together with the officers that were elected by this body and by the ASDC, of course, everybody who's serving in any capacity, we are grateful for your leadership. Yes. And as we prepare for some very tough elections this fall, as well as next year, I just want you all to know we need all of you at the table, and we are grateful for your service. So thank you. I just wanted to say that because we need all of you at the table. Thank you.
First of all, I think Jim and I want to thank the new members. This has been, I think, a very vigorous and very thoughtful and engaging Rules and Bylaws Committee meeting. We have had new members come in, and they have had to jump in 10 toes down. So we thank you for your patience. We thank you for helping us make the sausage in front of all of the people that are watching us. But we also thank you because we know you brought your heart and soul to this. So I'd also like to thank the Office of the Secretary and Party Affairs. We left out two of our members earlier, Zoe and Miles. And with that, and Helen, for making it all happen and trying to keep us all together in our rules. We have concluded our first Rules and Bylaws Committee meeting. We are still smiling, some of us on one side, and the others are looking puzzled about what just happened, but I can assure you, fairness will always prevail in this process. So without objection, we stand adjourned.